18th, 2022. Bum 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 bum.
Who's the guy who conquers death? The mister with the whispers when Mumbo forgets. After introducing Pearl and Gem to say we're settling a continent. Shoulder to shoulder, surrounded by water, beyond which reset, risk your face if you wanna. We live close, we build close, we speak in proximity. Season 8's here today, still in its infancy. Mumbo is saying go, everyone's cheering, suddenly scattering, always unfearing. Though it passed by without Mumbo mentioning, there's a crew, you know who to keep you adventuring. Asuma securing villagers, Pearl on fine architecture, Joe grabbing supplies, ready to throw at the first fools who die. Bring on the creepers, bring on the flames. The resupply crew will get you going again. The very first to die, B-double-O don't cry. Pops and quite chagrin, takes some apples and he flies. Zombie Cleo's next, needs an axe for the road. Geared up and cheered up, she's off with some blows. Gemini Tay appears slain by Jevin, but B-dubs is back before Joe loads the first chest in. Then Pearl's killed by Cleo, who Joe had armed previously. Then Cleo's dead too, per Isco mischievously. Impulse SV got blown up by a creeper. Says he won't be back, but how can he be sure? Bring on the creepers, bring on the flames. The resupply crew will get you going again. The resupply crew. Asuma laddering a mine shaft. The resupply crew. Pearl egging a shell. The resupply crew. Joe lavaing a portal. Yo, you're immortal, here's a doorway to hell.
Who's the guy? Who's the guy?
Who's the guy who struck his first die encircled suddenly by three of his friends? Tango, Corrales, and B-double-O, all armed and armored to shake down Joe. Threats bacon triplicate fully surrounded. Joe took to the sky with Cobble unbounded. Lava to dump on the brigands below, or on himself. This direction, let's go! Heading down to somewhere with coordinates in hand. Bridging and a tunneling connecting flower forest land. Cleo is away, so Joe leaves her a saddle. He hopes as he does she won't use it for battle. Returning to World Spawn and lighting his tunnel, he keeps striking lava and dies a whole bundle. And drowns hunting squids, though he tried his best. But no worries, back at World Spawn there's a resupply chest. Bring on the creepers, bring on the flames. The resupply crew will get you going again. One chest becomes four, labeled in stock. The shell thickens yet with smooth sandstone block. Bushes are placed, ravines are filled in. Also the hermits can keep adventuring. If dying is losing, then living is winning. Episode's done, but the show's just beginning. Pick up some tools, some potatoes and steak, and show 'em you're real, give 'em season 8. Think about a time long past, long before all this.
That wasn't it. Where's the good song? Just skip that like a book.
The summer is past, but your days keep growing longer. There's no wind in your sails, but the storm's blowing stronger. Walking hard, standing tall, keeping your head up through it all. Fighting fires, spinning plates. Goodness, how did it get so late? Lay your head down and dream. 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 Just let your mind flow downstream. Sprawled out in a moonbeam. Lay your head down and dream. Joe Hills is filmed before a live streaming audience.
Oh, good, I'm muted. Fantastic. Howdy, y'all. Joe Hill's here, recording as I always do in Nashville, Tennessee, and tonight y'all are my live streaming audience. Okay, yeah, I've been going all day today. It has been a wild and busy day, but that's okay. I'm here to get some building done on the HermitCraft server for my next video. You are behind the scenes of how I record my HermitCraft episodes. When I yell time skip between scenes, that's when I'm coming back here and hanging out with the chat on my Twitch and YouTube channels and the Discord and getting stuff done. Now, we got the rough layout of the back box in yesterday, but we still actually have to get the back box to meet with the diagonal here. That was something where I was like, I feel a little bit too tired to deal with that right now. Centauratron says, I'm currently working on designing another tunnel inspired by tangos that you built. Awesome. So, yeah, I am glad you're having fun with that, Centauratron. So the front of the back box actually needs to lean forward a little bit. We just kind of used some straight lines for this yesterday for simplicity's sake. But Riggs Dig says, what's the main building block going to be? It's a pinball machine, so wood, probably. But most of the wood's going to be painted over with colored blocks. But, like, the plywood for the machine is going to be 5 blocks thick, right? So that means that there's going to be, like, 3 layers of wood with colorful blocks on the outside, probably. It's probably going to be how that ends up. And I might not do the inner layer of wood. That might end up being hollow to save materials. But that's for basically every wooden part of the machine. We're going to have 5 blocks wide. So that's one of the reasons we've been gathering so much birch as we go. We are also running a little bit low on leaves, so I need to gather more of those. Let's go ahead and lay our head down and dream as that sun sets there. Sometimes you just need to take a moment and appreciate the sunset. Bum, bum, ba-da-da, da, 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 da. Bum. Okay. Lay your head down and dream. It didn't take. It didn't take. Lay your head down and dream better. There it is. Okay, a new day is dawned. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Brandon. Welcome, Magenta Avocado. Welcome, JKA, Wizard of Docs, Corke. Welcome, Actual Fox. Welcome, Centauratron, Borealis, Laura, P. Marincac, Wheezy Watcher, Grey Egypt, Abhishek, Noah Nolan, Iris, Ayash, Wheezy Watcher, who I think I might have already said, Amiam, Rotation, Raspberry, Second Fifth. Glad y'all are here. We got folks in the YouTube chat too. Welcome Riggs Diggs, Outcast Zaroon, Andre, Alex Katz, Iconic Anemone, Aaron Ferreira, Andrew F, Miss Canuck, Leon Raider, Triforce. Welcome Izzy Abel, Elmo the Best Cat. Welcome Bear33. Glad y'all could be here. So, before we really get going, let's get some more rockets and get some more leaves. These are clearly the priority at the moment. So, that can go up there. That can go up there. We're going to grab fireworks, rockets, rockets. Getting all the fireworks we need. Fireworks, rockets, rockets. Oh my gosh. I'm too tired to put the stuff in the right order. Da, da. Greetings, Jedi Master Bob. Glad you could join us. Okay. So if you are new to a Joe Hill stream, you might not realize that the camera's down here in slot 9. We are currently $5 away from our first tipping milestone. And tips are welcome via paypal.me/Joe Hills and YouTube Super Chat. As we hit tipping milestones, the camera gets bigger. And yeah, it's just a little bit of fun we like to have here every night. Hey, speaking of fun, welcome Carnival Fun. Glad you could join us. I'm looking forward to your upcoming JJP pinball game. Okay. Do 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 do. Boom 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 boom. Yeah, I actually went and watched Toy Story 4 after the Toy Story 4 pinball machine was announced. And I originally was like, that's weird that they would make a pinball machine just about Toy Story 4 and not Toy Story in general. But for one thing, I didn't know there was a Toy Story 4. until they made the pinball machine. So that's clearly some well-intentioned marketing right there. Like, they made me aware of a film I didn't know about. So that was them getting their money's worth. And then 2, Toy Story 4 has a bunch of carnival stuff in it. And there's a bunch of great carnival-themed pinball games throughout history. And so, well, I guess Cirque Voltaire is more circus-themed than carnival-themed. But there's a lot you can do with that kind of stuff. So I'm excited to see where they're going with that. I will say one thing I appreciated about Toy Story 4 is it felt like they were like, yeah, we already told the story that was in our hearts. We told the story that was in our hearts 3 times already. We told that story so well. We're done telling that story that was in our hearts. Now we're just going to tell a silly story with a bunch of funny scale jokes. And funny scale jokes are great. That was one of the things I loved about the Rescue Rangers movie, too. Funny-sized things are amusing. And maybe that's just because I spend all my time building things at odd sizes in Minecraft, but I just appreciate it. It's visual, it's fun. But yeah. Do I think Toy Story 4 is the best movie? No. Do I think it's the best Toy Story movie? I'm incapable of answering that question. My brain is not wired to rank things like that. But I will say, it's definitely the movie that feels like they're just going with it. They're just having fun. It feels fast and loose and goofy. And I appreciate that. As an artist who Now, I know the difference between something that's written and improvised. I improvise stuff all the time. I know that this was not an improvised film. It was animated. They had to make it up. They had to, do it in advance. But it definitely feels a lot more loose and natural, I guess, than Toy Story 2 and Toy Story 3, which felt like just modern retellings of Toy Story 1. So that was fun. Okay. So let's go ahead and we're going to combine these shears. Looks like we're doing okay on birch at this point. But the thing is, I think I'm constantly doing okay on birch, and then I'm constantly running out of birch. Okay, yeah, see, that looks like it's a lot of birch when my inventory is full, but then my inventory is not actually full. 500 First Otter Lover says, when does this stream start? I started streaming in 2008. Primarily to keep up with people I met at conventions and hang out and draw in the evenings. And it kind of reached its modern form a few years ago when I figured out that I should get a face camera. Because the face camera and the green screen is really what made this all come together and click for people. So, it's one of those things, like, this stream has been going since 2008, but it hasn't really... This iteration of the stream has been going for about 3 or 4 years now. And I'm really proud of how far I've come. So thank y'all for joining me on such an incredible journey. Wait, did I already break my shears? Oh my gosh. Well, Robin Williams is definitely not in Toy Story 4. I'm pretty sure of that. I think you're thinking of him being the genie in Aladdin. But I haven't seen the original Toy Story in so long that I don't know if he's in it or not. But I don't recall. But then again, I didn't know that Tom Hanks was Woody until this week. Because I don't keep up with Disney's casting decisions. And I like Tom Hanks. Why would I know that? But then again, I didn't know there was a Toy Story 4 until this week. I'm not really in the loop on a lot of this stuff. That's just not the way I live my life. Welcome, Polar Bear. Kindle says, Joe, I saw that Doc got your email about Lightmatica. I know, right? See? I told you. You saved Christmas, Kindless. Good job. I'm actually really kind of frustrated that I didn't realize y'all were doing that, because that would have saved me, like, an insane amount of stress on the last few days. That's very good news. Keanu Reeves is in Toy Story 4? Whoa. No way. Wait, really? Is Keanu Reeves in Toy Story 4? I feel like you're making fun of me. Because I don't... Who does Keanu Reeves voice in Toy Story 4? Is he Gabby Gabby? Or Bunny and Ducky? I'm trying to think how many characters. Is he the ventriloquist dummy? Wait, Keanu Reeves is Duke Kaboom? Wait, really? Wait, are you kidding? Duke Kaboom is Keanu Reeves? What? No. What? I've seen this in multiple chats simultaneously. So, I feel like y'all are probably not that coordinated. What? Well, I always love a good Keanu Reeves film. Maybe that's why I like Toy Story 4 so much. I just subconsciously recognized that that they had done something right there. According to TV tropes, yes. Yeah, that's where we find out who's cast in movies. Take that, IMDb. Your funding model is terrible and people have moved on. This is the best news of the night, that people have moved on from IMDb to TV tropes to find out who's in movies. Triforce0111, you have unseated Kindless as the person who just made my day. Sorry, Kindless. Better luck next week. Oh. Okay. I actually really should go get the netherite shears with the silk touch. Whoa. I think I'm going to start citing tvtropes.com instead of Wikipedia in conversation. If people are like, actually, the ratio of that gear is 5-to-1, I'd be like, no, I just checked TV tropes, and it's actually 6-to-1, but it functions like a 5-to-1 gear because it's got this element. Oh, IMDb was bought by Amazon. That makes even more sense. I find it even funnier that they're declining now. Okay. Yeah, I am hoping we get a Toy Story on location. And when I say a Toy Story on location, I don't mean just any narrative about toys. I mean, I hope that the Jersey Jack pinball machine Toy Story makes it out to Game Terminal in Nashville soon, because I would really love to play it. They got a Mandalorian, like, they were one of the first places in the country to get a Mandalorian, but that's because they have a good relationship with Stern. I'm not sure how their relationship is with JJP. It sounds like there aren't that many Toy Stories on location yet. JJP is short for Jersey Jack Pinball. But yeah, that Duke Kaboom jump ramp looks really interesting. I'm curious to see how that plays with the pegs on either side of the target there. But I don't know, I've always liked a lot of Pat Lawler's games. Roadshow just always has a place in my heart, even though it's very dated. And I always liked Junkyard as well. I'm curious to see what he's got next. Well, I mean, I know what it is. It's Toy Story 4, but I want to see What? I want to see it. Okay, let's not wake all the bees. Although with Silk Touch, maybe we can wake all the bees. The shovel has Silk Touch on it. Does it say how many bees are in there? No. Okay, that's fine. Welcome, Percy L. Glad you could join us. Okay. We're getting things done slowly but surely here tonight. Less than 3 and or you'd have gotten total B location. Okay. You can't still touch bees unless it's nighttime for the bees. I don't know exactly what you mean there. I think I put that block in the way to block in the bees. That's my guess. So I'm hoping that was just fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and take this bush box and I'm gonna move all of the surplus birch into here for right now. Let's get all this surplus material out of our way. We got a lot. It's a very messy thing here. Okay, so we're gonna let the rest of these decay naturally so we can get the fantastic saplings that we're gonna need to repopulate this. Although I'm not sure how much I want to repopulate this because we also need to set up our thing. Hey, we got our first tip of the stream. Thank you very much to James for tipping 20, who says, let's get this ball rolling. Well, thank you, James. That puts us 15 past our first face camera expansion milestone, so please direct your attention down here to slot 9 so I can say, howdy y'all, Grow Hills here, expanding as I always do in Nashville, Tennessee. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Okay. So here we go. Born to be kings. Oh boy. Oh, I'm tired. Okay. It's fine. We're the princes of the universe. Here we belong, fighting for survival. Okay. I think we're going to take the sea lanterns and the leaves we got so far. Now this is where it gets a little messy. Because we need to get the birch leaves out here. Oh, replay mod is about to reset. Okay, keeping that in mind, to get our... We're going to do 5 more minutes of birch leaf collection then. So that way when we start the time lapse, it's right after the server restarts and not before. Because that's kind of a pain otherwise. I actually ran into that last night. I started my time lapse right before the server reset. And I'm like, no. No, I gotta go generate this twice. I gotta copy the camera data over. I have to write down numbers in a second application. I really wish there was a way to save capture or to capture camera data between replay mod files. So I was going to ask, has anybody here played the HermitCraft minigame in the Season 7 world download, Hurtin' Hermits? I'm going to give you all a second to chime in with that. Hurtin' Hermits from Season 7. World download's been out over a year now. Hopefully some of y'all had the chance to play it. Kindleless says, I've played it. It was intense and unforgiving. Triforce says, no, question mark. Cow says, Henrique says, yeah, I did. What did you think of it, Cow? Grant Rogers says, why does it sound like there's a sink running in the background? That's the washing machine. I'm washing my clothes. I've run it in the past and people told me that it wasn't getting picked up, but I guess tonight it is. Probably because something in the apartment's acoustics changed due to the temperature or something. Yay. Percy L says, I've been meaning to download it and try. Yeah, because I mentioned to Etho, Cub, and B-Dubs today, I sent a message via the HermitCraft internal chat saying thanks for making their mini-games in Season 8, because I played the racetrack from Season 8 as well as Cub's Leaf Spleef with some of my Patreon community today, and we all had a lot of fun. And Ethan's like, oh, I really hope you guys try Season 7's Hurtin' Hermits sometimes. So, yeah, the racetrack ended up getting finished. It's playable on Season 8, but the problem is that we didn't really have time for the Hermits to play it before the end of the year. So Etho himself has suggested that the Patreon community play Hurtin' Hermits, and I don't feel like I should stand up to Etho. I think maybe that needs to go in the queue. So some of y'all might want to practice that a little bit if you're going to be there for an upcoming community field day, just as a note. Okay, Scar just left the game. That seems... Server still has more than 1 minute. Oh boy. I was gonna say, let's not screw this. Kindleless says, Etho is a genius and a monster. How are we for time? We still have more than 1 minute. So, oh wait, no. We need to go to the pinball machine, actually. Or, not pinball machine, pinball. Ever since I was a young boy, I played the silver ball. It's also where my storage is for the season, y'all. Dun 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 dun. Boom 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 boom. Stored inside a pinball. Oh boy, this is just the worst inventory management ever. Okay. What are these, fireproof potions? Okay, we're getting down to the 1 minute mark, so we really got to not be in an inventory when the server restarts. Toxic Glitter says, Ethos Evil is my general life inspiration. Oh, I'm so glad. I hope you're having fun there, Toxic, running this month's Everstorm server. That just launched yesterday, but it seems like we've already had a lot of deaths. That's the monthly hardcore server that I run for my Patreon. I let a different team member come up with rules and create a scenario every month for people to play, but they only get one life to live. Toxic's idea for June, which, like I said, it actually runs from June until mid-July, is... hardcore world where there's no armor generate, or where you can't craft armor. You can only find it, but all the world generation stuff is amped up. So there's way more shipwrecks, way more portals, way more ancient cities, way more dungeons, more of everything except for villagers, so that it's not super easy to like just go create a trading thing. Kingu says, where could we do our $10 rebuy? Oh my gosh, that's a whole new revenue stream. That's a whole new revenue stream, a hardcore world where you can buy back in if you die. Wow. That feels evil. That feels evil. Oh boy, but I'm looking at that and I'm like, that's how I replace my 14-year-old car. You That's terrifying. Kindle says that might actually be against the Mojang terms of service. Oh, okay. Yeah, their terms of service have some pretty strict restrictions on what you can charge for. But yeah, that's... Oh my gosh. Okay, so... Uh-oh. Falling down. On Father's Day, Eva says, Joe, a few months back you said on Father's Day you would do a stream with a hermit. I don't remember saying I would do that. I think I remember saying it would be a good idea, but most of the good ideas I have, I don't actually have the time or energy to follow through on. Limited, or including but not limited to the good idea that you are referencing. That sounds like something that I would have said, but absolutely did not actually follow up on. It is tomorrow. It's too late to ask any of the hermits to do something for Father's Day. Sorry. Okay. So that needs to be one of these. That would have been really smart, which is clearly why I came up with it in the first place. Guillermo says, great video, by the way. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream as well, Guillermo. Yeah, several of the hermits are fathers. So, Kingu, the way that I would make that work, the way that I would make that extra life buy-in work would actually be to have it exponentially increase. To stop people from infinitely buying lives, it would be something where, like, the first person who dies and wants to come back, it's $1. The second person who dies and wants to come back, it's $2. The third person who dies and wants to come back, it's $4. And it just doubles every time. So that way, as the game goes on longer, like, it would be, and it would be one of those things where, yeah. That's one of those things that gets very crazy very quickly. So every person who dies and comes back would be paying twice what the person before. Kindleist points out 30 lives and you're a millionaire. I know, that's why I was like, oh my gosh, I could buy a new car. I'm not going to actually do this, I don't think. Because, as you pointed out, I think it is against the Mojang terms of service. And I'm not sure that's the sort of game I want to run anyway, but it sure is interesting to think about. Hey, Ariana, I am feeling better tonight. Okay, so now it's resting properly on there. What am I working on right now? A scale model of a pinball machine. Okay. Oh. Okay. Working on the back box. Where did I leave my pad and paper? Okay, it's over there. Let me mute real quick while I get that so I don't hit the mic. Mic back on. Okay. Welcome, DJ Frog Time. So I took another round of photos of me measuring stuff just so I could reference them during the stream. And, of course, these photos are all terrible because I took them at the last second without planning properly. But it does establish a few basic things, like that this is 25 blocks tall and 1 centimeter deep. So that means, so this lip here is going to be 1 centimeter deep. So it's actually going to go up like that. This is going to look better and better as we get more blocks in. I know it's kind of a mess right now, but just bear with me. I work with all the hermits, Jedi Master Bob. We're like a team? I don't know how you could have a hermit you'd never worked with and be on HermitCraft server. Maybe your first day? But even on your first day, you've already worked with all the hermits planning the season and helping coordinate stuff. Like, okay. So now we're actually going to go back in and we're going to shear off this. I'm going to refine this. Okay. So that's going to go in 1 centimeter and then up another 5. So, hey, Olive Oil Reds, happy Father's Day. Yeah, I guess in some parts of the world it might already be Father's Day. Here that doesn't start till tomorrow in about 3 hours, but yeah. I was thinking about trying to see my dad tomorrow, but it's Bonnaroo here. What's the scale of the build? Colossal. As in, as of or pertaining to the Colossus of Rhodes. Every centimeter on a real pinball machine is 2.38 meters in Minecraft. Colossal scale pinball machine. Even the outline of this is huge, I know, right? This is going to take about a year. We're just getting it laid in. Sure, why not? Says, I can't wait to see how you do the 0.3 meters in Minecraft. Well, the thing is, a lot of the features of the machine are so big that it's not going to be hard. So, oops. So this box is going to come in like so. Yeah, Bonnaroo traffic's the worst. So, okay. So, we've got this going in. Oh, dang it. Did I go in? Oh, dang it. I went in 5 centimeters. Or 5 meters, which is. Dang it. Okay. I did that wrong. I was only supposed to go in 2 blocks here. Because we're. Yeah. So it's 2 centimeters. The plywood is 2 centimeters thick. And then the shelf there. Okay. I think that we're going to actually go get the netherite hoe. Is that Silk Touch? Hopefully it is. We're just going to mark that with the replay mod marker. Grumble. It's like I'm looking at the thing and I'm doing it wrong. No, so it goes up another 5 blocks, but it only goes into first. Hey Elijah, I've already mismeasured. I mismeasured something, so we are gonna fix it. Woo. No, Roselia, no, this is part of Minecraft, is you don't, you don't just put everything exactly where it goes the first time. You try your best. Silk Touch? Oh, it's not Silk Touch. It's Fortune 2. Boo. Okay. New plan. Season 9 spawn is beautiful, but I'm pretty sure that's not the real Grian, so we're gonna ban that person for impersonation. Next problem. Get your own identity if you don't want a ban for not being the person that I know. Whoa. Here's to you, mending, unbreaking. I think I also need Silk Touch today. Hey. And so we'll pull out my wallet here. Give an impulse more diamonds. Oh, jeez. We're getting fleeced. We're running out of diamonds, y'all. I better sell some axolotls fast. Dee. Okay. I thought love was only true in fairy tales. Meant for someone else, but not for me. Let's go find an anvil and go fix this thing. I don't know what future it brings. Okay. So we are gonna combine these two. 6 is 6 cheaper than 5? 5. 12. Leaf eater. Nom. Okay. Yeah, we gotta get more diamond. I'm gonna, yeah, like once the beef game comes out, I'm gonna be rich. Assuming, except for that I also need diamonds for capital A. Quick reminder, we're about 45 minutes into the stream, and we are $5 away from our next face camera expansion. Tips are welcome via paypal.me/JoeHills and YouTube Super Chat. I should just declare birch leaves the new currency, like Hitchhiker's Guide. Yeah, good point. Good point. The real Griot is probably asleep right now, because it's very late England time, and he's busy with his 1200 show. So, okay. So to actually get this right, the way that this needs to go is we actually want to collect these ones along here. These are in the wrong place, because they were built as part of a different part of this process. Then we need to have this part come in here like so. Chloe the Great and Powerful Tip 7, who says, thanks for improving my night after a terrible day at work. Hey, glad to, Chloe the Great and Powerful. Thank you for improving my camera after a long time in the corner. Here we go. Expand. Alrighty, thank you, Chloe the Great and Powerful. Hope you have a much better rest of your evening. Okay. I think if you want an inflationary currency, you can't go wrong with balloons. They're the new it thing. Actually, that's so good. I think I'm going to post that on Twitter. Let me get out my phone. I'm just really proud of that joke. If you want an inflationary currency, just use balloons. Gonna capitalize it. If you want inflationary currency, forget traditional. If you want a real inflationary currency, and dollars aren't doing it for you. If you want a real inflationary currency, dollars aren't quite there yet. I suggest using balloons for your transactions. They're the new it thing. There we go. Oh, no. Hashtag Pennywise Pound Foolish. Almost sent that without the hashtag. There we go. There we go. Well, that probably ruined somebody's night. Sorry to whoever that tweet is incredibly targeted toward. Anyway, looks like 20 just rolled in from Farah. Thank you, Farah, for that. That puts us, let's look at our math here. Puts us 2 past our next face camera expansion milestone. So here we go. Expand. Alrighty. Glad you could join us this evening. We are... Oh, yeah, actually, before all those leaves despawn down there, I should go get them. Are there a bunch of leaves down here? Or have I just been better at collecting them as I go? Or have they all already despawned? It's hard to say. I guess that's pretty okay. There were leaves. Oh, I didn't see them down there. My investments in helium keep going up and up. Soon I can have an LA just pick them up for me. Exactly. See, that would be fantastic. Okay. So let's go and look for the leaves down there. Could it be Bill or Ted, Ernst or Bernie or Leaves? I probably would have kept on guessing, but about that time I crashed into the sea. And as I'm laying swimming there in the water, finally I pick up birch leaves. The problem is when you're in Trident mode, you actually can't pick up items. You have to get out of Trident mode again. It's, in my opinion, the worst thing about Trident mode. Good times with Scar has left the game once again. Good times go far away from me again. Hey, welcome Maggie James. We're just doing weird songs about Scar. Regrets, regrets, regrets. Okay. So, I feel like... So one thing, though, about this is even though the art on the outside of the back box is going to be colored in, the inside is just going to be flat black. So we could actually just use Blackstone for this. For the inside of the wood here. Maybe I'm, because we're actually, let's not leaf in the whole bottom of that there. Okay, let's figure out. So it goes into, and then it goes up 5, I think. It's good. It goes into blocks. Yeah. Yeah, into blocks and then up. It actually looks like it's going to go up 6 blocks, maybe. Oh boy, that's rough. Okay, let me see if I have a better picture of this. Because I did all these measurements on camera today, so that way I could verify them. But, like, of course, the camera angle versus my eye doesn't exactly line up. But, okay, it looks like that is 2.7 times 2.381 equals 6.5. So let's just go with 6 blocks up. Okay. So before I actually start building this, so let's bottom 2, then 6, and then let's look at the photo again to see. So it looks like it's at, yeah, so it's at 4.7, and then it goes up to 23.4. So 23.4 minus 4.7 is 18.7 times 2.381 is 44.5. Does that match? Okay, so that's the 45. So the previous measurement we had there is still valid. We rounded that up to 45 blocks. Okay. So that part is good. Okay, so that confirms our previous day's measurements when we were tired. Let's look at the measurements across here. Ezra Manning says, I love when Cub asked you how many blocks this would take and you said not a clue. That's because I didn't know. Why would I lie to my friend? Okay. That's at a little bit of an angle. So that's 53 minus 20. Okay. You know what? I'm going to go remeasure this on the hydration break, because my drink is empty and we've been going for an hour. So we're going to take a hydration break, and I'm going to go remeasure, because I'm looking at my cameras here, and it looks like I was holding the tape measure at a bad angle. I already gave Doc the area he could get the map from. I posted that on Twitter. Okay. Welcome, Ryan. Glad you could join us. Okay. So, yeah, we're going to do a hydration break. Let's see who we need to thank. Actually starting to run out of people for the month already. Okay. Let's see. Drew Baca requested lines, so why don't we go ahead and say thank you to Drew Baca for supporting the show. And here we go. Be right back in 4 minutes. Whoops, that's the wrong overlay. This one.
Power line to convey a certain brilliance, a telephone line to carry a voice, a metro line to bring us all downtown. Lines of connection, communication, not the borders of boundaries that slice and dice a nation. Divided by the chalk lines of disreputable history, past failures are laid out as we shrug with absent mystery. Those bodies left behind us while we amble on ahead, fearful of the wrong things from newspapers unread. Before I tell you what to do, or you try to tell me, let's all see what's been done and where we could have been. By knowing what's before us, the path might clear ahead, and focus on new obstacles uncharted by the dead. Power line from a gurgling turbine, a telephone line from a quiet room, a metro line from across the city. Maybe we'll all raise our glasses soon. They say across the fence line the grass is always butcherous, but we're not corralling cattle, fearing Wranglers about the murders. When we look out past dividers, we're unsurprised to see more folks erecting fences, becoming detainees. Before I worry about you or you worry about me, let's all dwell on ourselves. We're the private enemy, becoming
Folks say to be the very best, you gotta travel across the land. But I'm happy here at pretty good, just out walking with my friends. So you can fly from coast to coast for all the antics events. But my destiny's here in Tennessee, my Pokedex in hand. You run your laps chasing the Kitons in Providence, and you arc your throws for Electabuzz in St. Louis. But when you're lost in Boston seeking Pokestops, boo-hoo, we'll all still be spinning them up on Rocket Top. It's true. Well, you can race to catch 'em all and fall flat on your face. We'll hatch our Togepi's here in Tennessee at our own predestined pace. We don't need Tanglers from Los Angeles. If you're there chasing Charizard, you're making your life way too hard. Clutching garlic, pounding pavement down Ventura Boulevard. We don't need Nidoqueens from down New Orleans. I hate to rain on solo you, but parades need a willing crew. All those squirtles on St. Charles saw you wandering and withdrew. Well, you can race to catch 'em all and fall flat on your face. We'll hatch our Togepi's here in Tennessee at our own predestined pace. We don't need Lapras from Minneapolis or Polipers from Mississippers. There's enough Weedles on Monteagle. We could evolve a swarm of Beedrill. There's enough Snubbull down to Shovel. We could team Sled with Grumble. We don't need Oregon from out in Oregon or any Pikachus from up in Massachusetts. Sorry, Professor Oklahoma, we'll raid gyms in Tullahoma. Sorry, Pokecoin Palooka, we'll hatch on hikes in Chattanooga. Well, you can race to catch 'em all and fall flat on your face. We'll hatch our Togepi's here in Tennessee at our own predestined pace. Well, you can race to catch 'em all and fall flat on your face. We'll hatch our Togepi's here in Tennessee at our own predestined pace.
Howdy, y'all. Joe Hills here, recording as I always do in Nashville, Tennessee, and tonight, y'all are my live streaming audience. Welcome back from that hydration break. Thank you to Sean, Patreon supporter, for suggesting My Destinies in Tennessee as our second song. I actually needed a little bit more time to measure those pinball machine features, then I thought I had not... Did Scar log back on while I was gone? Howdy, Scar. Welcome back, Scarter. Your dreams were your ticket out. Okay, so it's gonna be... Let me just check my math here. Okay, so 52 times 2.381 is 124 wide. Okay, I thought that my math was off on that. So it's 124 wide and 45 blocks tall. Okay, so 16 divided by 9 is 1.7. And 124 divided by 45 is 2.75. Nope, that's okay, so something is still wrong here. Because it should be a 16 by 9 screen. Unless maybe it's just not. Hold on. Oh, wait. No, because it was 52. Okay. It's 34.5 times 2.38. 1 equals 82. 82 blocks divided by 45 blocks is 1.82. Okay, that's closer to... Okay, 16.9. Okay, we worked it out. That was it. Okay. I'm just trying to do all this on the fly, and we tried actually measuring the pinball machine on stream once, and that was worse. Somehow that was worse. You might not believe it, but that was actually worse. I feel like we're at the point, though. Hey, Lizzie Mac. Welcome back. Okay. So this bar here is actually no longer relevant and needs to be removed. That was kind of a scaffolding one that we were using. Okay. And it actually doesn't reflect reality in any way, shape, or form. Good morning to the Philippines. I am Foxtrot. Glad you could join us. Is the camera off? Good point. Yes, it is. Hi. That reminds me, we are 18 away from our next face camera expansion. Welcome, Mr. Hardluck. Glad you could join us. Tips are welcome via paypal.me/JoeHills and YouTube Super Chat. Okay. So when we get all the way across here, we're going to want to actually remove those as well. And those. Then we're going to fly out here. Okay, this is looking much better now. Good luck with Twitter, Elijah. Okay, so we don't actually need this cross beam here as far as I can tell. Oh, hey, that's convenient. A lot of those leaves just landed down here, so I don't have to go into the ocean to grab them. Although I probably should, because I'm sure some of them fell down there. Hey, Sophia Light, thank you for writing that the box looks nice. Okay. I hear those guardians down there having fun. Doing what Guardian's gonna guard. Okay. So... part of me is like, we need to find the middle of this. And part of me is like, we should just work from the outside and hope it works out. Okay. So 17.5 times 2.3 2381 equals 41.6, so we'll just say 42. Okay, so we'll come in on both sides by 42. Which is easier to do with blocks than with any other method. But okay, let's just try this. Okay, so this is, we're looking at block negative 2226. So, and if we go this way, it's negative 2227. So 2226 plus 42 equals 2268. So let's go to negative 2268 over here. And we need to mark that once we find it. Okay. And we need to go up 6 blocks here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then that will begin the framework for the inset for the camera. So then we need to come from the other side. Well, why am I not using the abacus for math? Because I needed to keep track of the other the tips on the abacus, so I'm using a calculator. Let's see. I am Foxfred says, Happy Father's Day, Joe. Thank you. It's not quite Father's Day here in the United States yet, but I appreciate it. Okay. Quick reminder that tips are welcome via paypal.me/JoeHills and YouTube Super Chat. We are currently 18 away from our 4th face camera expansion and 38 away from the entrance of the Jost. Okay. So is this where it needs to be? Yeah, it is. Okay. So this is negative 2283. Negative 2283 minus 42. No, whoops. 2283 minus 42. So that'll get us to 2241. 68 minus 41. Oh, hold on. No, this is negative 2383. 2383 minus 42 equals 2341. The signage on this, I should have just refused to put my base somewhere that doesn't have all positive coordinates. Okay, so when we get to negative 2341, we're going to do the same thing we did there, where we're going to come back 3 blocks. I'm going to go up 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we're going to start going over. Okay. I need multiple abacuses. If a lot of water was drained for making this pinball machine. Okay. Did Scar log out and then back in? I gotta welcome him back if so, but I'm really trying to get this done. Okay, so that aligns perfectly here. Okay. Yep, so that looks right. And then that is going to go up another 45 blocks. Hey, we've got 46 blocks in our inventory right now, so that's actually handy. Come on, land on top of there. We are running out of rockets. Okay. Is this my last stack? No, I'm good. Okay. We're getting it done, folks. Wait, what's this about Cub being chaotic? Okay, I don't know. Show Hawkeye Scar. I'm kind of busy. Oh, wait. I realized we didn't actually go up from here. We need to now... Okay. And we're going to get to here, and we're going to go up again. Eat a pork chop on our way up. Nope! Not my glass. Oh no, it's broken forever. It's fine. Okay. So, I feel like we're about ready to do our next recording segment. Is there a whole bunch of missing... Oh, no, it's not missing. It's just... I see now. Okay. I feel like we're ready to go get more rockets and then do our next recording segment. We've got everything we need for the next recording segment. Okay. Welcome, Yano. Glad you could join us. Okay, so when we come down here... Oh boy, some of that's already unloaded. How far down do we have to be just to get... Is this platform going to be loaded from here? Okay, great. Okay. So, let's go ahead and... What black blocks do we have? We have some black stone here. I'm worried it might not be enough. But... Okay. Boop. Boop. Okay. So let's wander along here until that comes into frame. Well, this is actually kind of... Oh, you know what I need? I need an amethyst telescope. Cub is making really good use of one of those this season. Okay. Did I get something back from the baby zombie? My boat back? No. It's still there. Let's go make a telescope. So, how does that... What is that called? Spyglass? Does anybody know the Minecraft name for a telescope so I can figure out its thing? I know we need amethyst. I think we need copper. Spyglass. Okay, it didn't show up in my thing. What is the formula? 2 amethyst and a copper? I feel like that sounds right. 2 copper and 1 shard. Okay. There it is. Okay. Come on, and fly away. Da 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 da. Can't you see this platform that I made? Ba 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 ba. It is so perfect, don't you say? Okay, so let's see. If I put these in like this. Why don't you tell me? Okay. So, here we go. Let's start recording. Let's check what our production code needs to be. Looking at the videos I've already generated. Okay, I think these ones were... We need to name the videos from today. That was Patreon quarterly call. June 2018. No, June 2022. Patreon petitions field day. June 2022. Okay. Making sure all my files are named correctly keeps things going right. Okay, we're going to turn the face camera off. We're going to hit start recording. HermitCraft Season 9, Episode 17, Segment Charlie, Take 1, and action. I was just looking through my spyglass here at that little movie theater. One of the things I realized with the drive-in... No, take two. Oh, that's fun. With the overlay off, you can actually zoom in for real. Excuse me. Okay, glad we weren't in the middle of a take. That's cool. Next problem. Okay. Take 3, let's say. Let's say the sneeze was take 2. Terrible take. Okay. HermitCraft Season 9, Episode 17, Segment Charlie, Take 3, and action. The more I think about that little movie theater screen over there, the more I'm realizing it's just not really suitable for my goals. You know, for example, I should have set that up so you could see the rest of the pinball machine in frame, not just had like these little cliffs and stuff behind it here. So that's why I am proud to say I have outlined where our back glass display is going to go on our back box here. We have been collecting and placing a lot of leaves while some people were asleep. Scar. I have been busy laying all this in wireframe form with leaves and with sea lanterns. We've got the 2 centimeter wide plywood on either side, the top and bottom of the back box. Then we've got the recessed place where the translite, the speaker grills, and the display are going to go. Now, we're not going to do the full build of the back box today because we don't have the art selected. However, certain parts of the back box are always traditionally black on a pinball machine. So we're going to go ahead and get some black stone blocks and place those in there now. Also, we're going to do a whole episode about the displays on pinball machines, the score displays, the screen displays, that sort of thing. In the short term, though, before we can actually show footage of those parts, we need to get just a basic bare bones projector screen in place. So luckily, Asuma opened up a bone shop. I have purchased a lot of bare bones. We're going to drop those in right there. We're going to get the Blackstone in around it, and we'll have enough to work with here that we can also hopefully start moving some of our storage in today. And if not today, then next episode. So let's go ahead and place some blocks. Time skip! Okay. Hopefully that... What do you think? Was that a good take, y'all? I feel like I can maybe cut some of that down if I need to. Okay, let's go. We're gonna, these, here's the thing, is I'm actually thinking about this. Maybe I want to keep recording. Maybe I want to keep recording. Because these are the first real blocks I'm placing for the pinball machine, right? You know, we've been, up until now, every block we've been placing has been, a placeholder block, right? Scaffolds and things like that. So I'm actually thinking let's not end the take there. Well, I mean, we will, technically it's a new take. We're starting a new segment, but let's actually continue the recording, right? Yeah, face camera's still off because we're going to keep recording, Jay Christiansen. That's my point, is so... Okay. Okay. There's just something funny to me about having my inventory like this. Okay. Of course, now I can't break that. Hold on. And pick it up, but... Maybe a gold block for the first block of the machine. The thing is, there's nothing in here that would be gold. Also, I like the bare bones screen being literally made of gold. Or, not gold. Literally made of bones. Time to roll those bones. Okay. So we're gonna... Up until this point, every block on the machine we have placed has been temporary. Temporary leaves, temporary sea lanterns, temporary sand and scaffolds. It's time to start placing the real blocks. We have Blackstone for the areas that are designed to be reflection resistant. We have bones for our bare bone projector screen, which we will ultimately replace with a high-resolution display in another episode. But for right now, we just need to get the fundamentals in. You can see where I started putting leaves in, filling out the whole machine here. I was like, I don't just want to do a wireframe. I want to have the whole thing laid in. Whoops. And I'm already regretting everything about my inventory management choices. Like that part. Anyway... That's how things go, slowly, and then we zoom in on our failures. Time skip. Okay. So we're now going to fix our inventory. I feel like that's a better transition here. Like, I like showing the first blocks of the machine being placed. They're imperfect. It's fine, right? Dang it. Okay, I am done with that. I am 100% done with that for right now. And Elytra may need to be repaired soon. Yeah, but I don't want to screw up this time lapse, so we're not leaving right now. So actually, this part right here, I think we're going to do with basalt. Just for because it's still dark, but we're going to... Why is my phone going off? HermitCraft 9 bonus stream. What? I don't have a bonus stream scheduled for right now. Okay, guys. Well, actually, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to switch this over. Welcome to the HermitCraft 9 bonus stream that I apparently scheduled for 10 o'clock at night on a Friday in the middle of my normal stream. No, it's Saturday. Either way, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but it doesn't have to. It's HermitCraft. Let's go ahead, I guess, and change the stream title. No, I'm actually not going to do that. That's going to mess things up for people watching the VOD. But, okay, yay, bonus stream. I guess that's just what we're doing now. Woo! Okay. Woo, bonus stream. What? Woo, bonus stream. Whoa. Woo, bonus stream. Whoa. Okay. Bonus, bonus, bonus stream. Do, 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 do. Somebody told me this was a bonus stream. It was such a dream. It was so extreme. Everyone said, hey, Joe, welcome to the stream. It's a bonus, you see. Dee 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 dee. I'm finally placing blocks on this build. I have placed thousands of blocks already for this. And these are the first blocks we're actually placing on the build. That's kind of wild. Oh man, I went too far with this. Sean Cockerell tips 20, who says bonus stream hype. Well, thank you, Sean Cockerell. That gets us 2 past our next face camera expansion milestone. So let's go ahead and stop the recording, turn the face camera back on. I thought I had already done that, and I hadn't. Expand. Okay, whoa, OBS is freaking out already. Thanks, OBS. Okay, wait. I'm looking at this here. Okay, I'm already doing this wrong. Okay. I mean, theoretically, this is fine because we're going to need blocks in here for when we set up the storage area. So actually, probably this is not a huge problem, but... This is actually... Dang it. Having the rockets out would have made some sense there. 3 on that. Oh, dang it. The chunks are going to unload for the replay mod. Dang it. Now we might as well go fix our elytra. It's fine. Okay. So, let's go get a sword with a spider on it. Woo! So let's think about this. So, we need to have the inside of the back box be usable space so we can move our storage stuff there. Okay, so let's take us a few minutes to think about this. So the internal space on the bottom of the back box, a lot of that is not going to be used for routing wires and stuff, because a lot of the stuff inside the back box is mounted on the sides and back. So we have plenty of room on the ground for storage. So, oh yeah, I forgot to pick up this spider sword. And I forgot to turn off the thing. Okay, so options, video settings. No, not video settings. Audio settings. Hostile creatures off. Okay. So, on the inside of the back box, this is where, like, what I really need is I need to have pre-shot so like for the actual videos, I'm going to have, like, video of the different things I'm talking about to show you. But, like, for the streams, I'm still, like, determining what shots I need, right? So I need to go record a video of the inside of the back box and point out, like, here's where this circuit board is. Here's where this component is. Here's where this component is. Now, the places where there's no components in the real machine, that's where we're going to put our storage area, right? And so then we put in our storage area and we move everything from down at our skeleton farm up to there. Does that make sense? Yeah, we're just going to, for the ease of... Oh, wait, yeah, you can't swap those. The totem of undying cannot ride you like a backpack. Vanilla Tweaks mod makers. Hold on. I'm in the Vanilla Tweaks Patreon Discord. Is it a... Because I support my mod makers. It's really good if you use mods to pay the people who make them. I'm going to jump in there. They have, like, a suggestion list somewhere, right? Supporters, early releases, supporter chat. I feel like there might be an actual suggestions one, though. Rules and info. Is it against the rules to post suggestions? No. Okay. General vanilla tweaks. Okay. Would it be funny to have a vanilla tweak where you can wear a totem of undying on your back in your elytra slot, like a baby in a hiking carrier? I mostly... Does this have any value at all? Probably not. Let me just bother some very busy, very important people. Yeah, just a little totem backpack where you just put it in your elytra slot. Like a little baby. And it just looks at people. It's just like, hi, what's going on? I'm a baby. It's just, I don't know. We're having fun here tonight on the bonus stream. Yeah. I opened that with would it be funny, so hopefully they don't think that's a super serious suggestion. Oh, wait, there is a Patreon tier where you get to request a vanilla tweak. Hold on. They have a mechanism for this. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Patreon vanilla tweaks. How much more would I have to pay them a month? Personal pack requests once per month within reason is a $30 a month tier. Okay. Well, I don't have Patreon on this computer, so we're going to switch over to my laptop real quick. If anybody wants to offset this expense, tips are welcome via paypal.me/JoeHills and YouTube Super Chat. I just realized I need to be a 30 patron to suggest stuff like that. One sec. Let's get this done. Okay. Honestly, the Vanilla Tweaks people are working really hard, and I've been using their stuff a lot on my Patreon server, so I was actually planning on upgrading to the 30 a month anyway at the point where I figured out what I would actually request. So, yeah. Let's see. My current tier is the $15 a month tier, so we need to go up to the $30 a month tier. Join tiers. Yeah, believe me, we get way more as a community out of them per month than $30 a month of value. Okay. But yeah, our new Vanillish server is heavily dependent on vanilla tweaks. Okay. And upgraded. Y'all are the best. Worth every cent. Okay. Yeah, so you could... So if I was in F5 mode and I put the totem in this slot, I just requested a vanilla tweak where I could put the totem in this slot and wear it around like a backpack. And so like in a mini game where you had like 2 lives, you could see who already had lost their life or whatever because their totem backpack would be gone. Right? Grant Rogers says, does this mean in the future Joe gets to request more stuff? It actually does. It means that I get to request one thing a month from them. And honestly, they are super incredible and fantastic and professional, and they have gotten so much done for the Minecraft community. I feel no shame about telling y'all that I'm spending some of the money that you're sending me toward them. Because like I said, I'm using their stuff on several of our Patreon community servers. So, you know, I don't feel bad about giving not only credit where credit is due, but pay where pay is due. Zedric Kane said, sent PayPal to offset your bump for the month. Thank you, Zedric Kane. We just got... Oh, hey, we also got 30... We got a few tips rolling in. Thank you first to Andrew. I'm going to do these chronologically. Thank you to Andrew for tipping 30. We were 18 away from our next face camera expansion. Now we are 12 past. Now, up to now, y'all have seen that face camera expand, and that money goes straight to my head with each expansion. But now, like Jacob Marley, these chains I forged in life, yep, these chains, are about to begin pulling me down to the deep below. Enter the Jost. Bum, 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 bum. Lowering the Joe Passy now to 90%. Thank you so much. And Andrew yells, upgrade for vanilla twerks. I think you meant to say tweaks, but maybe. And, yep, so let's see. Zendrick Kane, your tip hasn't rolled in yet, but I'll be keeping an eye on that. PayPal sometimes has a little bit of a delay there. That's to be expected. But I am aware that that is incoming, and I appreciate you, Zendrick. So I will read that when it finally comes in. Okay. So, Yurgi says, one thing a month sounds dangerous. It sure does. Yurgi, do you have anything to announce? Yurgi, I see that it looks like you might have something to announce. It looks like you have okayed the Vanillish server. If you would like to say when it's going to go live, or when you want me to take it live, since it's your server, I feel like, you know, that's to you. I'm not sure it matters. It's up to you if you want to be there when it actually launches or not. That seems to be what you were basing your, where you put the date on. But I mean, you've been so involved with the process up to this point. Like, part of the thing about being a server game master is kind of just letting it play out. So, I'm fine with it either way. Yeah, the Vanillish server has been in the making for quite a while. I apologize. I've been behind on getting the test server set up for Yurgi. That is on me that it's taken this long. But yeah. Okay, Yurgi says yeah. Okay. So I'm not sure which part you're agreeing with, Yurgi, but if you want to make some sort of announcement in the Twitch chat along the lines of the Vanillish server will go live on this date, I will make sure that I bring it live on whichever date it is. Yurgi says, in that case, I think it should go live tomorrow if it can. Fantastic. I will be bringing that up first thing in the morning, tomorrow morning then, Yurgi. Which, now I'm not going to promise what time I'm waking up, y'all. So, yeah. We will have that go live first thing tomorrow. I've already done all of the legwork. Basically, it's just posting the IP address and port for the server. So, yeah, Yurgi, if you want to post that in the Vanillish channel as well on the server, feel free to do that, so that way anybody keeping an eye there can see it. And hey, Chloe the Great and Powerful tips 3, who says, Boy Strip Team number 2 for Vanilla Tweaks Cash, lol. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. And Zedric, I'm still keeping an eye out for that PayPal tip. Yeah, the Minecraft servers are for the Patreon folks. Minecraft access to the Minecraft servers comes in at the $10 a month or higher level. We've got several paid server operators and we are using some high-end hardware. So that money is definitely going to making an experience that I want. Like, I put off setting up a server for a long time because I wanted to be able to be proud of it. And yeah, I am so lucky to be working with such creative and fun people. Whoops. Oh, and we are going that way. Rex says, if I don't see you tomorrow, Joe, happy Father's Day. Thank you, Rex. I probably won't see you for Sagrada tomorrow. I've got some Father's Day stuff planned. I got a call with my kid and some other things. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to see her this Father's Day because travel right now is still difficult. But it's, yeah. But I hope you and your child have a great day. Lizzie Max says, what do you do to have access to the servers in Discord? So $5 a month gets you on the Discord, Lizzie Mac. $10 a month gets you on the Minecraft servers. Okay, clearly I should just be doing this way. My daughter spends her summers on the with the other side of the family as part of our custody arrangement. But I get her for the whole school year, so I cannot complain. Lizzie Mac says free Discord would be nicer. I don't know that it would be nicer. I feel like free Discord would be more miserable for everyone. Because I have paid Discord moderators keeping an eye on things. And, like, if somebody can create a bot that joins your server 200 times in 1 minute because it's free, that's a problem. But if they have to pay $5 for each account that connects, that keeps it from getting out of hand, right? It's nicer for all the people who are there that there's not the ability for people to have an infinite number of bots join. Like, Duty? I like that noise. Yeah, so basically, the $5 a month is kind of an are you a human test. Chloe the Great and Powerful says big Discords are always worth. Hostile mob sounds are still off. Oh, I think you're right. I think you are right. Good catch there, Mike Satenders. Okay. Iron Waffle says free Discords are always terrible and spammy. Yeah, and this way too, you know, I can so I pay everybody on my moderation staff makes a minimum of $20 an hour. That's starting pay. And so, you know, I'm able to get in people who are experienced and really care about the community and don't have to worry about if the energy that they're spending on the Discord is costing them elsewhere, you know? Because last thing I want is somebody saying, like, well, Joe, I don't know, you know, I'd love to help you out more, but, you know, I also really need to take this shift at my day job. And it's like, well, I should be outbidding your day job. Now, I can't afford to outbid everyone's day jobs because a lot of jobs pay more than $20 an hour, but I can outbid most minimum wage jobs at that point, right? So, I am not currently hiring. We are, I just brought back Sammy Higgins on the staff and brought on Queen Dark Lady, as well as promoting several other staff members to roles of increased responsibility. So I have maxed out my staffing budget for right now. Roselia Moon says, I'm part of a free Discord for Animal Crossing New Horizons. They were having trouble with moderation, bullying, and scams. Yeah. So, okay. I feel like we're doing pretty good here. The gold block named on an anvil saying the first block of this build would have been terribly awesome. That's an interesting idea, but I did not. It's too late. We're starting with humble beginnings for this build. Humble beginnings is how we're approaching this. I do think. So we need to go in and we need to replace. Boy, okay, how are we going to do this? Just mentally working through the problem. We need to replace all of these leaves. Okay. I have already I started on I'm like the diagonal part's going to be the tricky part, and I immediately just fall in a hole. It's like, oh no, I'm already failing. Okay, so Cub Van! I don't think we've seen Cub yet tonight. Oh, I guess he was here earlier briefly, and I didn't catch him. Hi, Cub! Okay, Blackstone. So this is where it gets weird as well, is we need to have this kind of go and interact with this part. Oh boy, I did not think this through. Yeah, I think scaffolds might be the answer. I think you're right. Scaffolds are the answer here. I was like, how would scaffolds help with it? They would help. A Mad Hatter says, humble beginnings. Wait, no. A Mad Hatter says, I know you have unique reasons behind it, but I'm always impressed and grateful as an unpaid mod that you care so much about your staff. Well, it's partially that I care so much about my staff, and partially one of the ways that I express that I care about my community. You know? That is not the Silk Touch pick. Do I have a Silk Touch pick? Does the Silk Touch shovel work on those? We'll find out. You know? The folks who support me appreciate the level of moderation that and attention that I bring to my streams by keeping a lot of things focused and doing them myself. And I want to make sure that my Patreon Discord community also has a good level of moderation, and that it can be a welcoming place for people of all backgrounds, no matter what time of day it is, if I'm awake or not. Okay, so we're gonna pick these up. Please don't spam emoji. I'm not sure what you're doing there, emoji spammer person. Okay. Hey, thank you, Jeremiah Clark. You have a happy Father's Day tomorrow, too. Okay. So, if I use the Silk Touch hoe, will it... Hey, we recovered it. Great. Okay, good. I was worried about that. Gary Fuller says, as an unpaid moderator on communities, I really wish this was a trend, but someone's got to put the candle in the window to make the darkness go away. Well, you know, I'm doing what I can, and I'm only able to do it because of the support of y'all. So, you know, thank you for expressing that this was a priority for y'all. I am glad to make it happen. Okay. Switch to the hoe here. Let's go ahead and swap this out. We're going to put all the leaves we collected already back in here, as well as those. We're going to collect that. I'm going to grab that. Okay. And then another 3. Andrew Walker says, wow, watching you start to build this is really bringing home how many resources it's going to take. Yeah, this is part of why I didn't start on this until after that nether tunnel, right? Because I needed to mine out that nether tunnel, basically, in order to do this regardless. Welcome, Ecologs. Glad you could join us. Oops, I meant to do 3 there. Actually, we can maintain that for now. What is that line represent? I'll worry about that later. Okay, so we're having that. Oh, we're halfway up. We're halfway up. On Mate Game says, Joe, I was wondering, what is Doc's Perimeter actually for? It's for generating special farms where you can't have any spawnable chunks nearby. Okay. Oh, this is so tall. Okay, so it's going to go down to here. Let's see what this looks like. Well, you can't even see it at all. Doesn't matter. You're irrelevant. Oops. Yeah. Of course. Somehow managed to do that. Professor Red Fox says the Blackstone's just a placeholder for the obsidian you're going to make this out of, right? Right? No. Is there a way to get Blackstone from, like, piglin trading or anything? I'm worried that maybe the mining I did isn't going to be enough. Welcome, Peter Hahn. You can't get it through piglin trading? Okay, good. Building a giant scale pinball machine, Kaylee. Glad you could join us. Colossal scale, I should say. As an of or pertaining to a colossus. Okay. Some people have better farms, so I might be able to buy it off them. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. Incredible Mike says, wow, real blocks going down. I know, right? We're finally getting the real blocks in. I was gonna say, if only I could do this one-handed and reach my drink. But, hold on. Can I get my foot on the spacebar? Hold on. I can't reach my drink. Can I? Yeah! We did it! We did it, streams. Some people use macros for this stuff. Pfft. You know? Best drink. Because I feel like I earned it. Okay. So, let's go ahead. This is really a good place to use ender pearls, but whatever. I didn't realize how tall this thing was. Apparently this thing's super tall, everybody. Just good news, everyone. Tall build coming through. That scared me. Okay, while we're here, let's go ahead and get some more food and stuff out of here. Let's do some quick inventory management. So we're gonna get rid of some of the birch leaves to free up some space. Okay, get rid of those. So one of these has my food in it. That wasn't it. Of course. Is it this one? Okay, so we have food somewhere else. Is the takeaway here. That I don't love. Are we almost out of Blackstone already? Hold on. Oh wait, we want that one. If you press F3 and T while holding down one of the mouse buttons, it will keep clicking. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, ender pearls would be a really nice to have for this part. Corrales is here! Howdy, Corrales! Yay, Corrales, he's always so fun. Yay, Corrales, his builds are never done. He's the builder with the biggest eyes, going for the fanciest large architecture prize. I probably should go get a new totem, too. That's a good point, Coral Johnson. That's a good point. At the point where I lost one totem and didn't expect to die, I probably should go get a new totem. You're not wrong. Corrales is probably up early because he has kids. It's like because he's on like Sweden time, right? That's 7 or 8 hours ahead of us. So it's like 6 a.m. here, or it's 6 a.m. No, it's 11 p.m. here, so it's like 6 a.m. where Corellis is. So if his kids woke up and are like, Daddy, make breakfast, watch cartoons, he can just chill on the laptop and do some building, you know. Okay. And we missed it by this much. You're killing me, Smalls. Okay. It's fine. Oops, that does not go there. Okay. You know, it's kind of, I don't think it's as fast going this way, but it sure feels a lot safer, right? It sure feels a lot safer. Oh no, and we lost one of those forever. It's just so large. It's so much plywood. Oh, hey, somebody at Vanilla Tweaks tagged me. Let's see what they say. It would have to be moved there via trigger command, not just clicking on it like you can with Homer. Is that something you would like to try to make? Yeah, I thought it would be funny for mini games where you start with 2 lives and need both hands for other stuff. Thanks so much. No rush on that. Just a random idea. Thanks so much. Again. Okay, cool. We're getting things done here. Somebody's gonna be like, why is there a totem backpack vanilla tweak? And it's like, that'll be the answer. Yeah, this is only one very small blade of the build. Like, this build is so big. Welcome, Lepton Lord. Glad you could join us. Okay, we're actually getting pretty reasonably far up here. So I'm feeling good about that. Doing a bad job of clicking blocks, which is a really important part of my job. Yeah, the Mega Base grind, I gotta say, feels so much better than the Nether grind. Like, I know that this is in a lot of ways just as grindy, but like, yeah, my heart is full of joy here. Oh, we actually need to come around here, and so that first one is going to be down there. It looks like, yeah. My heart is full of joy. It is so liberating finally making progress on this. Like, I mean, I've been thinking about it and doing behind-the-scenes planning and stuff. But, like, to actually be placing blocks that are going to be in the final build, even though I'm probably going to end up texturing this, like, and cleaning it up and stuff. These are actual blocks that will last till the end of the season. That's a good feeling, you know? Noel rolls in and tips 10, who says, I have arrived. Good evening, Joe. Well, thank you, Noel, for supporting the show. You have many choices when you choose to support the art, so yes, it's true. Thank you for supporting my show, Noel. Yeah, and, like, I mean, that's one of the things that's nice about the nether tunnels, is I knew when I was building those are going to last until the end of the season, too. Because a lot of the stuff I was building early this season, I knew was kind of temporary. And I was like, I want to build something I know is going to last. So that was a fun part of that. But there's a difference between building stuff for the whole community versus building stuff that's, like, your creative vision. You know? I'm just feeling really excited about this. John Forsyth says, you going to put anything inside those side bits? That's technically, that represents the inside of the plywood. We could actually fit my entire storage area inside the thickness of the plywood. Pink Tulip Flower says, oh no, my earbuds broke. Oh, that sucks. I've been using wireless headphones for about a year, and they broke. And that's user error. I put them through the wash because I was tired and made a stupid mistake because I'm constantly overtired. And that's on me, not poor manufacturing or anything. That's just bleh. And, like, I didn't realize, like, how much of a problem it was to not be able to take calls wirelessly. Like, because, like, it's like, oh, I was using that to do dishes and laundry, and now it's like, now I'm on a call, and I'm just like, oh, I gotta be connected to something. So I'm, like, less efficient at everything without them. It's, yeah. Did I check the warranty? I'm pretty sure, you know, you run it through the washing machine. That's on you. So that's on my list of things to replace when I can afford it. But also, part of me is like, well, since I made that mistake because I was tired, I should wait to buy new ones until I'm not tired. I'm trying to restructure my life so I'm not exhausted all the time. You know, I've got a few weeks in the summer while my daughter's staying with the other side of the family to really kind of experiment with my schedule and how I process things. That's one of the reasons, I don't know if you saw last night, I announced I'm going to be ending my Wednesday night stream. I'm going to be hopeful. So I'm still going to be doing the Clio stream in the morning on Wednesday. But I was just so tired by the end of that stream on Wednesday night. I feel like it was the worst stream of the week consistently. People were like, Joe, you took Tuesday night off. How come you don't have more energy? But the thing is, Tuesday night after Pathfinder is when I would do a bunch of freelance work. So I would actually be more tired coming into that Wednesday night stream because I didn't really have a night off. So Wednesday is going to be an actual night off for me. And then I'm hoping that's going to make my whole week better. I really... Because, like, here's the thing is I'm too tired to not be making stupid mistakes all the time. And that means I need to fix it so I'm not too tired. Welcome back, Scar. Okay. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. And Credit Mike says, heck yeah, great progress. Thank you. Lizzie Mack says time off is so important. Yeah, a part of the problem I have is that normally any time I have that's technically off, I'm spending like doing stuff with my daughter, which is really good for her and is how I want to be spending my time, but it's not really time off. I'm taking the same amount of energy I put into work and the streams into taking my daughter places and teaching her things and spending time together. And so what that means ultimately, though, is I'm not actually getting any breaks. I'm just reallocating energy. What I need to do is I need to get better at actually taking, like, real breaks. And I can't do that at the expense of spending time with my daughter or, like, taking her fun places and stuff. Because, like, I want to do that. That's not... But, like, if I can say the Wednesday night stream I'm always tired is not a good show, let's take that night off and hopefully do a better show the rest of the week. That, to me, seems reasonable. Do I recall when I met Tinfoil Chef? Yeah, we met through one of the modded servers that we set up. Because originally HermitCraft, we would do these modded series where we would invite outsiders to come play with us. And that was a good way to kind of vet who we would want to invite for future seasons. Oh, yeah, eat and heal up or you need another tone. Do I have a lighting plan for this to prevent spawning? No. I literally, it didn't occur to me until that first skeleton shot me that this is not spawn proof. Because the leaves are all spawn proof, and so I've just been like assuming like, oh yeah, the thing's spawn proof. Nope, it's not spawn proof anymore. We're placing the final blocks, people. Final blocks are going in. Okay, so what we're realizing is 130 block nether tunnel is roughly the equivalent of one blade on the side of the back box. That is kind of scary in terms of resource gathering. Yeah. Yergi says, speaking of Wednesday craft streams, the raid this past week was really fun. Some people stuck around and got into the game. We had a good time. Hey, Yergi, I'm so glad. I don't get to raid you very often because our streaming schedules don't really line up. So I was really excited when I saw that you were live. And I'm glad that we were able to bring some positive energy your way. Because, like, it was a really good stream for us. And I think that the crowd really felt that. I'm glad to see that that carried through. Incredible Mike says, absolutely give yourself a midweek weekend. Well, especially because I don't get a weekend. Like, I have been working for most of the day today. And I'm fine with that. Like, because, like, if I want to do Patreon community events, I have to do them on the weekend, so that way the Americans and the Europeans can all be not at work at the same time. Like, that's just part of that. And I get it. You know, and I like doing these streams on Friday night and Saturday night because a lot of people still can't travel or get out much because of COVID, and it's just a fun way to, you know, connect with people. So, glow lichen might work. That's true. We'll see how it works. Roselia Moon says, you once said that food can affect your energy levels. Have you thought about getting a blood sugar monitor? No, because I don't have a blood sugar problem. I have, like, digestive issues. And so it's not what my blood sugar is. It's how much of my blood has rushed to my stomach to digest the food. So it's more about keeping track of when I eat and how much. And I'm already doing that. But, yeah, blood sugar monitor would be the wrong tool for the particular job. But I appreciate the... thing. Incredible Mike says, when you're self-employed, you get to work half days and you get to pick which 12 hours you work each day. I know, right? That's exactly it. It's like, because there was one night last week where I was like, I really just don't want to go to work today. And then I was like, wait, I already went to work today twice for like 3 or 4 hours each time. I'm having a hard time going to work for a third time today for another 2 hours. So, because I was at first I was beating myself up. I was like, Joe, you can't be lazy about this. Whether you know, but I'm like, no, I'm not lazy about this. I've just been working all day, and now I have to work some more. Right? Like, that's a different thing, right? I need to pay attention to if my body is telling me, like, you're gonna have a hard time doing a good show 10 hours into your workday. Maybe structure my workday so the shows at the end of the night aren't 10 hours in, right? Like, and that's the big thing was the Wednesday show always was at the end of a very long workday. And it was the day after a very long work day, because Tuesday was always a long work day for me too. Even though I wasn't streaming, I would get a lot of editing done, and I would do my freelance work on Tuesdays primarily. So, and the freelance work is kind of more soul-sucking than this. I have more fun doing this, you know. So it's kind of like, yeah, it really feels like getting rid of the Wednesday night stream. And occasionally maybe doing a Wednesday afternoon bonus stream, but that way the people on Wednesday night that miss the stream can watch the VODs of the Crafts with Cleo thing or the other stuff. Like, I don't feel like I'm leaving people too high and dry there. Lepton Lord says, where are you getting all the Blackstone out of interest? Mining. I mined out a, I don't know, 600 block long, 20 block wide, and like 20 block tall tunnel in the Nether. What sort of freelance work do I do? Well, I used to be a full-time lamp developer, and a lot of my former clients want me to stay on to help with projects and things over time. I'm trying to get away from that. We actually just added a new Patreon tier, which is at the end of, or not tier, a new Patreon goal. We set new Patreon goals today. Because the goals I had originally set in like 2017, when basically each tier was, how could I justify spending more time on this to my spouse? And apparently I didn't make enough money to justify it to my spouse anyway, because she left. But it was time to finally come back and revisit those. The divorce was long enough ago. I could delete those tiers and say, let's come at this with fresh eyes. So we put in 2 new goals. Goals are like community-wide fundraising goals, not individual reward tiers. So at $3,000 a month, I'm going to upgrade a bunch of this equipment in the studio, because people keep pointing out to me like, Joe, you should have actual furniture, not just temporary stuff that's pretending to be furniture, like your folding chair. Your headphones need to have the full range of audio. That's how you didn't notice when Scar was blaring a klaxon. You know, you need to replace, like, I've got a bunch of cameras that I want to buy for the craft streams, like, and I'm just like, the problem is, like, I'm trying to save for a house, I'm trying to save for vacation, I'm trying to save for replacing furniture in other rooms, because, like, yeah, like, I still haven't, like, gotten real furniture in my bedroom after the divorce, because that's, like, you know, it's not like I have guests that go in there, but, like, at some point it would be nice to have, like, a headboard and, like, proper stuff in there again. And so I'm just like, I've got all these competing things where it's like I'm just spending a little bit money on each of them here and there, setting aside a little for vacation, setting aside a little bit for replacing furniture, setting aside a little bit for replacing studio stuff. But I'm like, okay, look, if we hit this studio, if we make an extra $700 a month versus what we're making now, that's enough that I can just get all the studio stuff taken care of without slowing down everything else too. And then the next community goal after that. Wait, did the one after that not save? I'm going to have to go add that back in. But the one after that would be me not having to renew my freelance contracts at the end of the year. That was at $5,500 a month. But yeah, right now, right now, I'm reinvesting a lot of the Patreon money straight back into the community, and so I'm not really taking a lot of that home, and which is fine, but like long term, if I want to be able to cut out this freelance stuff, I'm gonna have to offset that somehow. Okay. Yeah, lamp developer is one of those things that's a job at like a small company where you have 2 developers or 1 developer. But like I could never get a job at like a real tech company because they're like, well, so you spend 8% of your time on things that are 27 people's jobs here. Which of those 8% would you rather work on? I'm like, whatever you'll hire me for. And they're like, you don't sound very motivated. And I'm like, I'm not. I don't want to do this. Do you want to pay me to make Minecraft videos? Question mark, rising intonation. When do I think about Pokemon? Constantly. Oh yeah, we should have gotten some Ender Pearls. We should have gotten some Ender Pearls. Good point. Okay. Did we finish that entire blade there though? Let's go work on this one. Yeah. Since we're not in the pinball storage area now. Let's yeah. Why do you want this job? Literally no one wants this job. Do you want to hire somebody who's going to lie to you? Like, because that's what you get. That's what you get if you insist on hiring people who want this job. Sean Cockrell says, I'm mostly a back-end developer. Yeah, even like trying to apply for a back-end developer job at a company that had like 4 developers. They're like, well, it says here that you're spending a significant amount of your time, you know, or you mentioned on your resume that you're also doing video production work and, you know, all this, and you're writing scripts to batch process images, and you're doing all these things. And it's, you know, and it's like, well, yeah, I do literally whatever the company needs. I'm the computer guy at a company that's owned by 2 people and has 10 employees, right? Like, and then, but then everybody's like, well, so how many, you know, okay, well, how many database conferences do you attend a year? It's like, they don't have a budget for that. Like, I went to the Laravel conference when it was in Kentucky, because it was only in Kentucky, and that's close by. I went to the U.S. WordCamp when it was in Nashville, because it was in Nashville. It's like, I can't afford to go to Seattle every year for 8 conferences. Like, I'm sorry if it seems like I'm not enthusiastic about learning. Eclog says, what kind of question is how many database conferences do you attend a year? Well, that's actually me being a little, I'm exaggerating a little bit there, but it would be more like, you know, how many tech conferences do you attend a year? It's like, how are you pursuing continuing education? How many conferences do you attend a year? Do you have any certifications? Are you taking courses? It's like, Ross Brown says, I'm a co-owner and LAMP/main developer of a media agency, and I've never been to a coding convention. Because you don't need it! You don't need it. Caesar says, oh, my uncle is the computer guy at a small company. I understand now. Yeah, exactly. No, I was being hyper-specific for comedic purposes, which is, so yeah, that's a bit of an exaggeration. But still, no, I've been asked a lot about, like, you know, well, you're the only developer at this company, or you're one of 2 developers at this company. How are you networking? How are you learning from other people? Blah, blah, blah. Sure, why not? Says, you may not need it, but they're fun to go to. Well, yeah, they're great if somebody else is paying, but, like, a Red Hat conference can be, like, $1,200. You know, I don't have that out of pocket. I'm spending all my money on computer equipment for my Minecraft streams, right? It's a proxy question for figuring out how self-motivated people are. And I'm very self-motivated, just not about the job they want me to do. So that sucks for them. Uh-oh. This Killing Dream says, is this a mega build? Nope, this is a colossal build. It is scaled similarly to the Colossus at Rhodes. One of the wonders of the world. You can look it up on TV Tropes. Or wherever you get your information. TV Tropes, though, seems to be the big one now these days. Okay. Yeah, I'm really missing the Ender Pearls right now. Let's go get Ender Pearls and Totems. Incredible Mike says, how do you continue your education? Well, I Google Stack Overflow answers 20 times a day. Yeah. I actually found Stack Overflow wasn't very helpful for a lot of the stuff I was working on, but that is one nice thing about working with Red Hat, is that the Red Hat knowledge base and community is pretty good. Almost anything you run into, some other RHEL admin has run into. And the RHEL documentation is really good. So, okay. Let's go ahead. And what else do we need? We need totems. Totems were in, I think, a yellow one? No. What color was the totem shulker? Did I put the totem shulker down somewhere and then lose it? I might have put the totem shulker. I don't know where the totem shulker is. Oh, that's really bad, because I really do need totems for this build. Do we have an extra totem in our wallet? Fala says, kind of a shame they killed Centos too. I'm furious about that. Like, I kind of had, like, one of the things that I've been working on is on days where I feel more well-rested, I try to be more theatrical on stream. So I was very emphatic and theatrical yesterday, but if you want to see me actually get mad, oh my gosh, they should not have killed Centos. I'm fine, but they should not have killed Centos. That was the stupidest, most short-sighted decision. And I know that Rocky and Alma are on their way up, but they're not. I don't feel like they're ready for prime time yet. Because, like, I run RHEL on all my production servers for my clients, but for the stuff I'm doing for myself, I was running CentOS. And now I feel like they're penalizing me, and it's deeply upsetting. CentOS is the non-licensed version of RHEL, Red Hat Enterprise Linux. But like, so what's probably gonna, you know what, and what really bothers me is I think they're gonna win. I think that I'm just gonna go ahead and buy a RHEL license for my servers I run for myself, and that's like hundreds of dollars a year that I would rather spend on like hiring more staff or computer equipment or something. And that but like, I just don't have time. I just don't have time to do something else. And but like, no, they knew what they were doing when they killed CentOS, and it's bad for the ecosystem in the long term. I'm feeling tired just thinking about it. Incredimike says switch to Debian. Well, but all my client stuff is still on RHEL, so I have to know the RHEL stuff anyway. So then I would have to learn. That's why I'm not using Debian for any of my personal stuff, because I don't have time to learn a second system, right? You see, like, But like if I was gonna hire another sysadmin for my Minecraft servers and my web servers and stuff for my Joe Hill's stuff, it would cost me more than the Red Hat license. Like the cheap solution here is just to buy the RHEL license. And I feel like that's rewarding bad behavior, but like I said, I feel like that's just kind of where we're at. Like, yeah. Also, I'd like to point out that yesterday people were like, oh man, this guy asked Joe about an operating system and he flipped out at him. This is the actual angry answer to me being asked about an operating system. This is not the theatrical fun version. This is the like resigned angry version. It's a very similar question, but about a different operating system. And well, this is welcome to the truth. Ay, ay, ay. Don't come in here promoting hosting services. If somebody claims that we're using their hosting then they're probably lying to you. I don't know if I banned that person for spamming or timed them out. I think that person has talked here before. There probably should have been a timeout, not a ban. That was a misclick. Let me unban. Oh, what did I do there? Okay, unban. Yeah. Totem in the offhand. Eee. Okay. Totem at the Taco Bell. Totem in the offhand. Sure, why not? Says this is how you can tell someone really knows and does IT or programming. Yeah, because they're just sad when talking about operating systems. They're just like, what more can I do? Oh boy. So anyway, if you want to help me with that Red Hat license, hey, or not, we just got another tip rolling in from Incredimike. Let's go ahead and see what that says. Incredimike writes, for the arts, and tips 30. Thank you very much, Incredimike. So let's see, the first 15, that gets you one face camera expansion, and then wait, no, hold on, no, the first 5 gets you one face camera expansion, then I'm too tired for this. Yeah, so you get one face camera expansion for the first 5, then the next 20, and then we're 5 over. Okay, so 2 face camera expansions incoming. Thank you very much, Incredimike. Grow Hills. Do. Lowering the Joe opacity now to 80%. Numero dos. Expand Jost. D. Lowering the Joe opacity to 70%. Woo! That puts us 15 away from the next face camera expansion. Chloe the Great and Powerful says, Joe, did you hit Elijah with a timeout by accident? Maybe. If I did, then it's a timeout and it'll fix itself. Oh, no, I hit Elijah with a ban by accident. Thank you for calling that to my attention. Zedric Kane says, good lord, RHEL licenses are expensive. Yeah, that's the thing. Well, the thing is, this is where the stream is gone. We're going to pull up the RHEL licenses. There is a version that is the one that I would actually get for what I need. The one that I actually need for develop. Oh, is it up to 349 now? That's even worse than I thought. Yeah, $349 a year for that RHEL license. It used to be more expensive, and then they kind of are like added a low-cost one. I feel like they had a lower cost one that I could run as a server. But it seems like they used to have kind of like a dev server option, but no, now they've replaced it with the developer suite. The self-supported... Wait, no, hold on. Self-supported for development purposes only. Dang it. Okay. What's this one? Is this one also for development purposes only? Okay, yeah, so it's $349 a year. That's $700 a year. Oh my gosh. So, I mean, I know that's still less than $100 a month, but that's... Okay. Sorry, Elijah. I'm upset about operating systems for real tonight. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see if Rocky or Alma, the CentOS alternatives that are in the works, if either of them really pan out. Because, like, we need CentOS. Maybe Scientific Linux will pick up the slack. I don't know. But I've got... Yeah. I'm just way too dependent on the RHEL ecosystem for my client stuff to learn something else right now. That's the thing, though, is like, in theory, if I could get rid of the client work, then I could learn something new and feel like I was getting something out of it, right? Rather than just doubling my efforts because I'm annoyed and being annoyed. You're right. Okay. Okay, so we have too many leaves and nowhere to put them, is what I'm realizing. Let's go ahead and temporarily offload some of this other gear. Hold on. We don't need to carry this many totems at once. I think what we should do is go straight up here, then come straight back down the leaf one. Okay, here we go. Hey, we got a new Patreon patron. Thank you so much. Just so you know, I send out the Patreon invites manually the next business day. So you can expect to see that in your Patreon inbox soon, but not like during the stream or necessarily tonight, because I need to go to sleep at some point. Okay. Ecklogs says, just sub to Patreon. Don't worry, I know the spiel about next business day. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just saw your note now. I'm glad you know that. Okay. So up we go here. Like, I know it's late and I'm getting tired, but like, even if I ended the stream, I would still be sitting here placing these blocks. I'm just so excited about actually getting this project underway. Like, I've been waiting so long to really get going on this, and we're finally moving forward. And that's just super exciting for me. So, Fala says, do you think the year the Linux desktop will ever come? I'm not worried about it. Honestly, the thing I like about Mac OS X is, since it's BSD derived, I can do all of the stuff I need a Unix environment for on my laptop anyway. So, looks like we somehow killed an endermite there. Okay. Oh boy, I am starting on a little. Okay. Okay, I'm really regretting not having my foot up here so I can just drink my drink. Okay. Okay, we are back up top here. Let's make sure we haven't missed any other tips. But yeah, anyway, whoops, that was the Patreon. I meant to post the tip link. Tips are welcome via paypal.me/JoeHills and YouTube Super Chat. So, Eklog, since you're joining at the $20 a month level, and you're here right now, and I need to take a hydration break, do you want to pick what song I play for the hydration break? That is, we can do this. Normally, I would ask people via the Patreon message. But I definitely need to refill my drink, and you are our brand newest $20 a month patron. That was the wrong tool for the job. We know that now. Clog says, I'm a fan of power lines. Oh, yeah, lines. We played that on the last hydration break. That's actually... We have more requests for that than almost anything else. But yeah, let's go ahead and play that again, because some people probably haven't heard it today. And I will be back in 4 minutes.
Power line to convey a certain brilliance, a telephone line to carry a voice, a metro line to bring us all downtown. Lines of connection, communication, not the borders of boundaries that slice and dice a nation. Divided by the chalk lines of disreputable history, past failures are laid out as we shrug with absent mystery. Those bodies left behind us while we amble on ahead, fearful of the wrong things from newspapers unread. Before I tell you what to do, or you try to tell me, let's all see what's been done and where we could have been. By knowing what's before us, the path might clear ahead, and focus on new obstacles uncharted by the dead. Power line from a gurgling turbine, a telephone line from a quiet room, a metro line from across the city. Maybe we'll all raise our glasses soon. They say across the fence line the grass is always butcherous, but we're not corralling cattle, fearing wranglers about the murders. When we look out past dividers, we're unsurprised to see more folks erecting fences, becoming detainees. Before I worry about you or you worry about me, let's all dwell on ourselves, we're the private enemy. Becoming who we're meant to, virtuous and creative. We won't dread the different, the strange or unrelated.
So thank you to our newest Patreon patron, Ecologs, for joining at the $20 a month level and selecting lines. That is our third Patreon-sponsored hydration break of the night, and let me tell you, I needed it. If you also want to, if you'd rather support the show via direct payments, there's also PayPal. We are currently $12 away for the next Face Camera expansion, and YouTube Super Chat, which will also go on the Abacus there. So let's go ahead and get some more blocks placed. Da, da, da. Oh yeah, a hydration break. Da, 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 do, 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 do. Drew Baca says, oh, lines is my request too. Yeah, Drew Baca, we actually thanked you for that earlier today. Oh, Tango's here. Even in Tango. Do, 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 do. Hey, yo. Hi, hi. Let's go. Why? Bum, 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 bum. La, da, dun, 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 dun. Oh, I'm really tired. Sorry. Harrier Hawk says, Joe, you seem awake today as I'm yawning. Sorry for the stream delay there. That's fine. Okay. I'm just really excited to actually be working on... I'm placing blocks that will be in the final version of the Mega Build. Right? Our colossal pinball machine is finally getting blocks in place that will go in the final version of it. And that is a really great feeling. You know, we've been wireframing, we've been sandboxing, but now let us begin. That's pretty cool, you know, to get going for real. Hey, Lunar Shadow, just came home from a board game night. Really? What board game? Hope you had a fun time. Or what games did you play? Hope you had a fun time. I am building the pinball machine, Boy Fried. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeedly, weedly do. Whoa! Red Rags just updated their Patreon pledge from 10 to 20. Thank you, Red Rags, for that. If you're watching and want to pick a hydration break song, honestly, I am feeling so high energy about this build. I want to get all... Like, here's the thing, is once I run out of blocks, I'm not going to have the energy to go get more blocks tonight. But I do have the energy, I think, to place all the blocks I have. So I want to get all of the Blackstone in, and then I want to get the bare bones version of the screen in. Because that's the bare minimum to end the episode, right? So we probably will do one more hydration break if we if we stay through all our blocks. So Red Rags, if you want to let me know what song you would like and why it is Lines. Just kidding, you can pick whatever you want, but just giving you a hard time. But I appreciate your support, Red Rags, and I appreciate you increasing your support as well. Tango might have Blackstone left over from making the hub. You know what? Let's get a sense of how much more we need before we bother him. Lunar Shadow says, I played Moonrakers and It's a Wonderful World. Ah, that's fun. I haven't played either of those games. Like, I'm looking forward to Tennessee Game Days. I don't know if you remember when we had Rick Kuehler on, the organizer of Tennessee Game Days, playing pinball with me. But yeah, there's another Tennessee Game Days coming up in October. I don't think they've announced the details yet. I hope it's not when I'm out of the... when I'm trying to travel. But we'll see. Triple Lines Night would be enjoyable and hilarious, says Elijah. That's true. Sean says, I only became a Patreon because Lines was so popular and I wanted to hear some other songs. I still love Lines, though. Thank you, Sean, for your honest support of my other music. Oh, that brings me so much delight to hear. I really do appreciate that, Sean Cockrell. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh boy. Tennessee Game Days is a board gaming weekend held here in Nashville twice a year, run by several of my old coworkers. They're not elderly, but several people that I've worked with in the past at my day jobs. And they're great people who put on a fantastic event every year. It's one of the highlights of my year, is getting to go to Tennessee Game Days. Usually in a non-COVID year, that would also be like kind of a reunion for a lot of my friends. They would all come into town and hang out. Last few, because of COVID, that hasn't been the case, but I'm hoping that we get back into it. Maniac Lake raiding with a party of 8. Thank you, Maniac Lake. Appreciate you. Let's go ahead and see what else is going on here. Harrier Hawk says, what do you think of the movie on stream we rated last night? Lava Lantula? Okay, the thing I like about the bad movies on Mystery Pinball Theater 3000 is I can never predict what's going to happen next in the movie, because nothing makes sense, right? When I go, and when I was watching Toy Story 4 with my sister, I was just like, looking at it, and I'm like, okay, so the way you shoot this is now you have another dummy pop out from right there. Oh, and they did 2 dummies. Oh, that's good. I was only gonna do 1, but they did 2. That's great. But like, I'm constantly like looking at the setup of the shots and the film, and I'm like, okay, so from a writing standpoint, you need to cut back to this character now, and boom, there it is. Like, when I watch movies a lot of times like Bill Murray waiting to rob the armored car in Groundhog Day, even when I haven't seen the film. Like, that's the way my brain works, is I understand how to structure entertainment like that, and I kind of know what's going to happen next. But when you watch something like Lava Lantula, right? Or there was another movie that they had a few weeks ago, and I forget, it was about these people on boats, and they were attacked by a bulletproof snake. No, NJ, your name is not Lava Lantula. And so, like, all these people are trying to capture this bulletproof snake, but they keep shooting it because they're like, we gotta capture that bulletproof snake. Oh no, it's attacking us. Quick, use your gun. And it's like, oh my gosh, this movie, no part of that makes any sense. And so, like, I kept trying to be like, well, what are they going to do from here? What are they going to do from here? Like, you know, I'm watching these insane bad movies, like Monos, The Hands of Fate, or stuff like that. And like, I can really enjoy it because my brain shuts off. My brain just goes, there's nothing to be done here. You're on your own. Good luck, sir. Good luck. And then just parachutes away. And so yeah, I enjoy a lot of the bad movies on Mystery Pinball Theater 3000 on a much different level than a lot of movies I've seen. Trubaka says, have I ever mentioned here I have an MST3K tattoo? Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. Yeah, I actually saw Monos, The Hands of Fate riffed by the Riff Tracks crew, which was the original Mystery Science Theater 3000 guys, live at the Belcourt Theater. At the time, I was living in an apartment where I was like, yo, I was saying to the people I live with, I was like, we have to go see this. And they're like, Joe, it's kind of expensive. And I'm like, I could throw a frisbee and hit the building that the Mystery Science Theater 3000 guys are in. We are going to this. They're coming here. We are going. It was, you know, and at the time we were all like broke, either grad students or recently graduated undergrads. And so it was like, it was a lot. It was like $50, and we were all. It was a struggle to get that together, but it was worth it to go see them riff Manos the Hands of Fate live in our theater, right? That's really cool. And they broadcast it. They rebroadcast that all over the country. But like we were in the room, right? It was so fun. And then we went back later and we saw they did this movie with birds in it that was terrible. And then we also saw them do Mothra. But yeah, I love that they kept coming back to the Belcourt here in Nashville. Oh boy, we are placing a lot of blocks today. Rubaka says, I have a full back piece of the map of the Lonely Mountain from The Hobbit, and underneath it I have the theater seats with Joel and the robots. Oh, that's really cool, though. And I had my artist point Joel's arm at the moon runes on the map of the Lonely Mountain. That's really cool, Rubaka. I've never really wanted to get a... I think tattoos are really cool when other people get them, but they're definitely not something I consider for me. Right? Like, and I don't know, that's just how I am about a lot of things. There's a lot of stuff where I'm like, oh, that's really cool, but like, it's just, you know, the sort of thing where I like I think it's neat, but like, oh, it's not for me. I wouldn't want one. But like when I see people with them, I get like super excited because they're awesome. Ross Brown says, love the Belcourt. Regretfully, I've only been a few times since they remodeled everything. That remodel is super nice. It was definitely an inconvenience for a long time, but I'm glad that they did it. They definitely needed that. So we're going to go up, oops, this high. And then we are officially out of Blackstone after we place these 15 blocks here. Do. But we still have the bone blocks to place. Oh, Harrier Hawk says, what about the raid after the raid? Yeah, so MPT3K, Mystery Pinball Theater 3000, when it ended, raided our friend Pez Johnson. Pez is fantastic. He's always been super friendly and helpful and helped me get into pinball streaming. And so I have nothing but good things to say about Pez. I was very happy that we raided him yesterday night. So yeah, I stuck around for... Normally when MPT3K ends, I'm like, okay, I'm off to bed. But I'm like, I haven't seen Pez for a while. You know, and it's the summer, and I don't have my kids. So, like, I need to kind of unwind a little bit. You know, here and there. Because that's the thing, too, is like, if I get to the end of the summer, and I'm like, all I did was work, I'll be annoyed with myself for not taking advantage of the opportunity to have a break, right? You know, I need to... you know, do some of that. So sadly here's where we're in trouble. We actually need this to go back 3 and then to seat the bone frame into that. Welcome, Hazel. Glad you could join us. We are doing a lot of block placing tonight on our Pinball Machine Mega Base. This is the first stream/episode where we're going to have actual permanent blocks placed. Everything up to this point has been placeholders and like markers for like getting things planned out. But the Blackstone you see is actually going to be in the end version of the build. So I'm super excited about that. I'm so happy to be moving forward with this. I've been working on this on paper and in my head for months now. Since like January. And so now to finally be able to like look at it and be like, even though these blades aren't a huge part of the build, they're part of the build that's going to be there until the end. Right? That's just part of the design of a pinball machine is for lighting reasons. You have black painted plywood. And we're going to come in and maybe retexture some of this and add some blocks in here. So I'm not saying like I'm completely content with it, but like most of these blocks are going to be in the final build. That's huge. Making progress. Let's go down here real quick and grab the bones for the projector screen. Let's see. I think I put those in one of the red boxes. Oh, also, let's make sure that we didn't leave any extra black stone over here. No, those are all shaped black stone. Doesn't count. Where did I get the idea to do a pinball machine? I don't know. I think about pinball all the time. So... oh wait, did Red Rags actually pick a song? I don't think so. Okay. If you do pick a song, Red Rags, I will write that down. Since I've got you here anyway. I see you talking about songs, but I don't think you said, like, this is what I want for my song pick. Because I have the spreadsheet open. I'm typing Red Rags right now. Okay. Elijah says, I regularly look at things I like and say, what if I built that in Minecraft? Yeah. Okay, so, I mean, we're getting stuff done here. But the next phase is the screen. My destiny is in Tennessee, Joe. Okay, cool, cool, cool. I will write that down right now, Red Rags. Thank you for repeating yourself. Whoops. Okay, so let's see. Quick reminder, we are 12 away from the next face camera expansion, the most obnoxious face camera expansion, the Tony Stark helmet cam. Tips are welcome via paypal.me/JoeHills and YouTube Super Chat. Okay. So, we're going to need to put these in right back here. And let me double check my cameras. Not cameras, oh my gosh, my photos that I took on my camera of me measuring this to make sure I got the depth correct here. Bum 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 bum. You know, I feel like I'm looking at this, and this is only going to be one block deep. But no, wait. No, that's a whole 2 blocks deep. Yeah, it's 2 blocks deep. Okay. Cool. What will the face camera expansion do? It'll get bigger. Woo. So we're going to mark this as where we are. Is there a way? Can I click that and like name the marker from here? No. Okay. Should ask the replay mod people about that at some point. It's fine. No rush. I've already been bothering the vanilla tweaks people today. I don't need to bother the replay mod people too. Okay. So. Oh, I love that sound. So good. Okay, so that was... So if we subtract 19... 40, so it's 45. Okay, good. That matches our math for what we were going for. $45. So, in the interest of doing this quickly, I almost feel like it's easier to just go across. I need that swift sneak is what I need. They're almost the I Dream of Genie theme, says Drew Baca. Whoa, nope, wrong blocks. Yeah, there's something there. As long as I don't bother each group of developers more than once a day, I'm probably fine. Yeah, probably true. Probably true. Good night, Gusty Gale. See, now I feel like I should pull up something to read, right? Because, like, I can do this on autopilot while I read something. Okay. Do the Hermits have a 119 update date yet? No. We are closer than ever. But we're not there. Have a good night, Caesar. Enjoy your D&D session tomorrow. Okay, I just really, like, I know it's late for me, but I really need to get this build moved along so I can get the recording done. So, like, we need to get to the point where we've got all the blocks deployed. So we're going to keep going for a little while longer. But don't worry, if you head out, lay your head down and dream. Yeah, the frog lights will be fun for lights in the pinball machine. I'm excited about that. It's so nice to listen to. We've done the Raven recently. I want to do something different. Good times with Scar, join the game. Good evening once more, Scar. We didn't do a serious cask of Amontillado the other night. I was just doing... I want something shorter than that. I need... Kuski says, Twitch has been very quiet. It's people just chilling, playing games, doing art. I'm trying to think of something kind of chill to read. I don't know if I want to read something super dramatic, because I'm like... You know, I'm in a chill mood. I'm trying to think, like, what's something chill? Let me go. I'm going to pull up real quick Project Gutenberg and see what's in the public domain. Because that's kind of how I... frequently downloaded. Top 100 ebooks yesterday. Let's see what people are reading on Project Gutenberg. Pride and Prejudice, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, Frankenstein, Ulysses, Moby Dick, Dracula. Maybe let's read some Dracula. How do y'all feel about Dracula tonight? Dracula's kind of more of a slow burn than the Poe stuff because it's longer. So if you want to read along at home, I'm going to go ahead and post a link here. And we'll place some bones and read some Dracula, right? By Bram Stoker. Excuse me. Okay. Dracula, Chapter 1. Jonathan Harker's Journal, kept in shorthand. The 3rd of May, Bistritz. Left Munich at 8:35 p.m. on 1st of May, arriving at Vienna early next morning. Should have arrived at 6:46, but train was an hour late. Budapest seems like a wonderful place, from the glimpse which I got of it from the train and the little I could walk through the streets. I feared to go very far from the station, as we had arrived late and would start as near the correct time as possible. The impression I had was that we were leaving the west and entering the east, the most western of the splendid bridges over the Danube, which is here of noble width and depth, took us among the traditions of Turkish rule. We left in pretty good time, and came after nightfall to Klausenburg. Here I stopped for the night at Hotel Royal. I had for dinner, or rather supper, a chicken done up some way with red pepper, which was very good, but thirsty. Mem, get recipe for Mina. I asked the waiter, and he said it was called paprika hendel, and that, as it was a national dish, I should be able to get it anywhere among the Carpathians. I found my smattering of German very useful here. Indeed, I don't know how I should have been able to get on without it. Having had some time at my disposal when in London, I visited the British Museum, and made search among the books and maps in the library regarding Transylvania. It had struck me that some foreknowledge of the country could hardly fail to have some importance in dealing with a nobleman of that country. I find the district he named in the extreme east of the country, just on the border of 3 states, Transylvania, Moldavia, and Bukovina, in the midst of the Carpathian Mountains, one of the wildest and least known portions of Europe. I was not able to light on any map or work giving the exact locality of Castle Dracula, as there are no maps of this country as yet that compare with our own Ordnance Survey maps. But I found that Bistritz, the post town named by Count Dracula, is a fairly well-known place. I shall enter here some of my notes, as they may refresh my memory when I talk over my travels later with Mina. I did not sleep well, though my bed was comfortable enough, for I had all sorts of queer dreams. There was a dog howling all night under my window, which may have had something to do with it, or it may have been the paprika, for I had to drink up all the water in my carafe, and was still thirsty. Towards morning I slept and was wakened by the continuous knocking at my door, so I guess I must have been sleeping soundly then. I had for breakfast more paprika, and a sort of porridge of maize flour, which they said was mamaliga, and eggplant stuffed with forcemeat, a very excellent dish, which they call impletata. Mem, get recipe for this also. I had to hurry for breakfast, for the train started a little before 8, or rather, it ought to have done so, for after rushing to the station at 7:30, I had to sit in the carriage for more than an hour before we began to move. It seems to me that the further east you go, the more unpunctual the trains. What ought they to be in China? All day long we seemed to dawdle through a country which was full of beauty of every kind. Sometimes we saw little towns or castles at the top of steep hills, such as we see in old missals. Sometimes we ran by rivers and streams which seemed, from the wide stony margin on each side of them, to be the subject of great floods. It takes a lot of water, and, running strong, to sweep the outside edge of a river clear. At every station there were groups of people, sometimes crowds, and in all sorts of attire. Some of them were just like the peasants at home, or those I saw coming through France and Germany, with short jackets and round hats, and homemade trousers, but others were very picturesque. The women looked pretty, except when you got near them, but they were very clumsy about the waist. They all had full white sleeves of some kind or another, and most of them had big belts with a lot of strips of something fluttering down from them, like the dresses in a ballet. But of course, there were petticoats under them. The strangest figures we saw were the Slovaks, who... Oh no. We are out of blocks. Yeah, I'm just reading Dracula, but oh no. Looks like we have a third of what we needed. So we have a few options. We can hang out at our skeleton farm and try to get more skeletons. We can go to Asuma's, but I think Asuma said he was in the process of restocking, but I don't know if he has restocked yet. I think this was Asuma's bone place, right? We're also almost out of diamonds, so we're not going to get what we need here. Nope, those are all my diamonds. Okay. Okay. Yeah, if the first thing you say in a chat is call me daddy, I'm just going to ban you. I know it's Father's Day, but that's not really what we're going for here. Okay. Gem sells bones too. Yeah, I'm out of money though is the problem. And we have so much more to do. Do we have any bones left in the box? I think we emptied the box. I think we're legitimately at the point. No, we've got two slots left. I think we're legitimately at the point where maybe we spend some of the stream reading Dracula while at my own skeleton farm. Because I really don't want to be dependent on Asuma or getting more diamonds for this. We need to move forward with what we have. I would go rip up that screen, but that screen is like a 20th the size of this one. Yeah, we are right next to the shopping district. The Slovaks had big cowboy hats, great baggy dirt white trousers, white linen shirts, and enormous heavy leather belts, nearly a foot wide, all studded over with brass nails. They wore high boots with their trousers tucked into them, and had long black hair and heavy black moustaches. They are very picturesque, but do not look prepossessing. On the stage, they would... Okay, you know what? I'm going to skip that. Some of these sentences are going to be kind of super racist because Bram Stoker was writing a long time ago. But yeah, we're reading Dracula, and yeah, this is a very dated thing. Jano Mako says I am Slovak, and this is not true. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, well, we're gonna come back to reading Dracula once we go to our skeleton farm, which is in no way optimized. We'll need a shulker and a half or more. Well, that didn't kill me. Therefore, I must be stronger. Oh, gosh. That almost killed me, too. Okay. Turn the lights off on the skeleton thing. That's a spawner. Okay, we need to go around the other way. That one off. Oh, we should probably eat a food. Let's have a food just as a treat. Space Cadets, I am having a good night. Okay, so we also have a special sword here for killing the skeletons. This is not an optimized spawner at all. This is maybe going to be our incentive to actually get this thing fixed properly, but let's go ahead and get our good skeleton killing sword out. Smite 4, looting 3. Yep, that's it. Okay. kind of hard to see their feet. I think I need to move this down one. But I think that's going to make... I think I need to be on a slab. Does that make sense to people? Should I be on a slab? I feel like I should be on a slab. Am I drowning now on the slab? I feel like I'm drowning now on the slab. I feel like the slab was not a good call, and I'm immediately regretting it. Okay. So, let's eat some more food. Okay. So we're continuing to read Dracula while we wait for more stuff to spawn here. Okay. Making sure that only the good sword is in our hotbar. Great, great, great. It was on the dark side of twilight when we got to Bistritz, which is a very interesting old place, being practically on the frontier, for the Borgo Pass leads from it into Bukovina. It has had a very stormy existence, and it certainly shows marks of it. 50 years ago, a series of great fires took place, which made terrible havoc on 5 separate occasions. At the very beginning of the 17th century, it underwent a siege of 3 weeks and lost 13,000 people, the casualties of war proper being assisted by famine and disease. Crown... Oh my gosh. Sorry, I need a second to, like... It's hard to, like, switch gears like this. How now, brown cow? Unique New York. The raven swept in from Chechnya. Okay. Okay, I think I'm warmed up. We're also going to real quickly mention that tips are welcome via paypal.me/JoeHills, and that we are $12 away from the most obnoxious face camera, the Tony Stark helmet cam. Okay. Count Dracula had directed me to go to the Golden Krone Hotel, which I found, to my great delight, to be thoroughly old-fashioned. For, of course, I wanted to see all I could of the ways of the country. I was evidently expected, for when I got near the door, I faced a cheery-looking elderly woman in the usual peasant dress, white undergarment with long double apron, front and back, of colored stuff, fitting almost too tight for modesty. When I came close, she bowed and said, "There are Englishmen." "Yes," I said. "Jonathan Harker." She smiled and gave some message to an elderly man in white shirt sleeves who had followed her to the door. He went, but immediately returned with a letter. How should we read Dracula's voice? This is the first time Dracula talks. Hey, Kingu. Welcome. Kingu says, "Happy Father's Day, Joe." In some ways, I want to do Dracula, like, I think the Beetlejuice is kind of the go-to for stuff like that, right? My friend, or no. Hey, my friend, welcome to the Carpathians. I am anxiously expecting you. Sleep well tonight. At 3 tomorrow, the diligence will start for Bukovina. Place on it is kept for you. At the Borgo Pass, my carriage will wait for you and bring you to me. I trust that your journey from London has been a happy one, and that you will enjoy your stay in my beautiful land. But, like, Ted Theodore Logan is also a great choice. My friend, welcome to the Carpathians. I am most anxiously expecting you. Sleep well tonight. At 3 tomorrow, the diligence will start for Bukovina. A place on it is kept for you. At the Borgo Pass, my carriage will await and will bring you to me. I trust that your journey from London has been a happy one, and that you will enjoy your stay in my beautiful land. Your friend, Dracula. Right? The Ted Theodore Logan voice is really good for Dracula. Although, the thing is, Keanu Reeves actually played Jonathan Harker in one of the best film versions of Dracula. And so I kind of was thinking maybe we want to save Keanu Reeves' voice for Jonathan Harker, right? And then, so maybe for Dracula, we try the is the Massachusetts accent out of like too far? Let's try the Massachusetts accent. My friend, welcome to the Carpathians. I am anxiously expecting you. Sleep well tonight. At 3 tomorrow, the diligence will start for Bukovina. A place on it is kept for you. At the Borgo Pass, my carriage will await you and will bring you to me. I trust that your journey from London has been a happy one, and that you will enjoy your stay in my beautiful land. Right? Right? See, that works. I think if we were going to do a Dracula reading, let's go ahead and okay, I'm going to make a new file on my laptop called Dracula Voices, and I'm going to say Ted as Jonathan Harker. I'm going to say Massachusetts for Dracula. And we'll figure out maybe some other ones as we go. But, like, I really think that the Massachusetts one... Sammy, thank you for the raid. Have a fantastic night. Thank you for the raid. Could I do Bill instead of Ted? Yeah. So the thing is, you really want to team up the Bill and Ted voices. So you want Bill. I think I should do Bill for Mina, right? If Jonathan is Ted, then Bill is Mina. So that way they get some good dialogue together. Because you can't really tell the difference well between the Bill and Ted voices unless you got them up against each other, right? I feel like that's the sweet spot here. So Red Rag says that's specifically a Boston accent, not a Massachusetts accent. Okay, that's fair. Bill could be Van Helsing. Oh, yeah. That's an interesting one. Okay. Hey, we got a tip rolling in. Let's see who it's from. Thank you to Farah for the 20, who says, enjoying the read and stream tonight while I'm working on my Minecraft build. Also, happy Father's Day. Well, thank you so much, Mina. That puts us, wow, 18 past our next face camera expansion. Were we only 2 away? Did I do the math wrong on that? Wow, we were only 2 away. So either way, here we go. We are currently at 70% Joe Pasty, so it's time to go to the most obnoxious face camera, the Tony Stark helmet cam. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Lowering the Joe Pasty now to 60%. So, here's the thing, is I think that the best possible Dracula voice, if I was doing Dracula, is a voice I can't do. I always imagine Dracula and Strahd from Curse of Strahd as kind of like Bill Murray in Groundhog Day. Like, not gods, they've just been around for a while type of thing, right? And I feel like there's something amusing about doing Dracula with a Bill Murray voice. But I don't have a good Bill Murray voice. Should we work on one now, or should we continue with the story? Should we go pull up famous Bill Murray lines and see how well I can deliver them? Okay. So, just gonna pull up Groundhog Day quotes on TV tropes, because that's apparently where we're getting all of our news these days. It's the same things your whole life. Clean up your room. Stand up straight. Pick up your feet. Take it like a man. Be nice to your sister. Don't mix beer and wine. Ever. Oh yeah. Don't drive on the railroad tracks. Yeah, I don't think I can do it. That's nowhere close. Yeah, 3 cheeseburgers, 2 large fries, 2 chocolate shakes. No, that's too smooth. It's more like it's more rounded voice. Ned Ryerson. I don't sound dead enough inside. Yeah, hold on. This is pitiful. 1,000 people freezing their butts off waiting to worship a rat. What a hype. Groundhog Day used to mean something. I can't do it. I don't think I can do this voice. Do a Seinfeld for Dracula. What is the deal with airline food? Oh no, did I close the window with the... No, hold on. I don't know if I can do... I don't think I can do a Seinfeld voice. It's more nasal. Kermit the Frog here. Kermit the Frog here. My friend, welcome to the Carpathians. I am anxiously expecting you. I don't think I can do a Kermit. Luxme13 says Seinfeld was good. I don't feel like my Seinfeld was very good. I feel like my Seinfeld was terrible. I felt like that was really... Harrier Hawk keeps saying try a German accent for Dracula. I don't think that's funny. Twubaka says that was closer to Mick. Do I have a Christopher Walken? Not really. No. Can I do a Corrales? Oh, sweet faces. Oh. I don't know if I can do a Corrales voice. Maybe. What about the Scar voice? Hey there, miners and crafters. Good times with Scar here. My friend, welcome to the Carpathians. I am anxiously expecting you. Sleep well tonight. At 3 tomorrow. No, that doesn't sound... I'm nowhere near it. Ooh. I don't think I can do a Goofy voice. Like the character Goofy, I don't think I can do. Oh, boy. Oh, this is the problem with this, is I need, like, a hopper for all this nonsense. Okay. So here's what we're going to actually do. We're going to put this up here. So we can put all the bows and stuff up there. Okay. I can't do a Donald Duck voice very well. Scar would be a great Dracula. Okay. Let's just keep going. So let's assume we're gonna do the Boston Cape Cod Dracula. Jonathan Harker, 4th of May. So the question is, when I do the Jonathan Harker sections, should I read the journal, since it's shorthand, should I read it as Ted or should I read it in my traditional voice? The 4th of May. I found that my landlord had got a letter from the Count, directing him to secure the best place on the coach for me. But on making inquiries, yeah, I feel like that's... Kaname says traditional Joe voice. Space Cadet Ace says Ted voice still. Quill says traditional. Harrier Hawk says Yoda. Dracula should just be my YouTube voice. Okay, hold on. Let me pretend I have energy. HermitCraft, Season 9, Episode 17, segment fake, not a real segment, not actually hitting record. Take 1, and action! My friend, welcome to the Carpathians. I am anxiously expecting you. Sleep well tonight. At 3 tomorrow, the diligence will start for Bukovina. A place on it is kept for you. At the Borgo Pass, my carriage will await you and will bring you to me. I trust that your journey from London has been a happy one and that you will enjoy your stay in my beautiful land. Your friend, Dracula. See, Kaname says this is terrifying. I love it. Chloe the Great and Powerful says this is excellent. I gotta say, one of my favorite comments I saw about HermitCraft Season 9 so far, like the whole season, not just one of my favorite comments I saw today, one of my favorite comments I saw the whole season, I happened to see today. Somebody on my Patreon, I think, said, I love how Isuma told everyone he was tired of role-playing last season, so this season he was just gonna be himself, and he became a bone demon. That's just who he is now. No-Ho Hank as Dracula. I don't think I could do a No-Ho Hank voice from Barry. Dracula in my work Sona voice. Oh boy, oh boy. I don't know about that. Hold on. I don't think I could do it. Because Dracula is trying to be welcoming here, and that voice is supposed to be standoffish. Like, I don't think it works. It's like... Hold on. There's a lot of good stuff here, but there's a limited amount of time, and we need to take the valuable talents and skills of everyone on this team and make sure that we direct them in the best way forward possible. Okay, hold on. Trying to maintain that rhythm. My friend, welcome to the Carpathians. I am anxiously expecting you. Sleep well tonight. At 3 tomorrow, the diligence will start for Bukovina. A place on it is kept for you. At the Borgo Pass, my carriage will await you and will bring you to me. I trust your journey from London has been a happy one and that you will enjoy your stay in my beautiful land. Your friend, Dracula. So with that one, like, a lot of the comments I'm making are actually kind of sarcastic rather than enthusiastic, right? This is a really fun study because this is the first thing Dracula says in the book Dracula is in this letter. And so seeing how it sounds in different voices. Kaname says, Jonathan's narration voice is the work Sona, and then we turn hard into the cheery YouTube voice for Dracula. Oh, it's just so interesting how many ways you can read something like this. I really enjoy this sort of thing. So I know we're running late on the stream, but we're getting stuff done for our build, and we're getting some creative energy out. This is a really fun exercise. Okay. So, let's try the work Sona voice for the narration. The 4th of May. I found that my landlord had got a letter from the Count directing him to secure the best place on the coach for me. But, on making inquiries as to details, he seemed somewhat reticent, and pretended he could not understand my German. This could not be true, because up to then he had understood it perfectly. At least, he answered my questions exactly as if he did. He and his wife, the old lady who had received me, looked at each other in a frightened sort of way. He mumbled out that the money had been sent in a letter, and that was all he knew. When I asked him if he knew Count Dracula and could tell me anything of his castle, both he and his wife crossed themselves and, saying they knew nothing at all, simply refused to speak further. It was so near the time of starting that I had no time to ask anyone else, for it was all very mysterious and not by any means comforting. Just before I was leaving, the old lady came up to my room and said, in a very hysterical way, "Must you go? Oh, younger, must you go?" She was in such an excited state that she seemed to have lost her grip of what German she knew and mixed it all up with some other language which I did not know at all. I was just able to follow her by asking many questions. When I told her that I must go at once and that I was engaged on important business, she asked again, "Do you know what day it is?" I answered that it was the 4th of May. She shook her head as she said again, "Oh, yes, I know that, but do you know what day it is?" On my saying that I did not understand, she went on, "It is the eve of St. George's Day. Do you not know that tonight, when the clock strikes midnight, that all the evil things in the world will have full sway? Do you not know where you are going and what you are going to?" She was in such evident distress that I tried to comfort her, but without effect. Finally, she went down on her knees and implored me not to go, at least wait a day or two before starting. It was all very ridiculous, and I did not feel comfortable. However, there was business to be done, and I could allow nothing to interfere with it. I therefore tried to raise her up and said, as gravely as I could, that I thanked her, but my duty was imperative, and that I must go. She then rose and dried her eyes, and, taking a crucifix from her neck, offered it to me. I did not know what to do, for as an English churchman I have been taught to regard such things as in some measure idolatrous, and yet it seemed so ungracious to refuse an old lady meaning so well, and in such a state of mind. Dang it, sorry I lost my place while I was trying to do inventory management. Okay, let's get the stuff out of my inventory, and then we'll continue. Okay, that's one way to get stuff out of my inventory. Yeah, I'm thinking the work voice is the right choice. Jonathan Harker's stuff here is so worky in general that this actually comes together super well. Yeah, we're reading Bram Stoker's Dracula from Project Gutenberg. Quick reminder that tips are welcome via paypal.me/JoeHills and YouTube Super Chat. St. George's Day is special in this context, Rosalia Moon, because on it evil has every sway. Apparently. I don't really think that's a real thing. Here we go. Spotty Fry says the work voice sounded really good. Thank you. Fake Zircon says, Joe kind of reminds me of one of those CDI game characters where he switches voices. Totes Just Maddie says, this is making me realize I can't do any voices. And Lakshmi13 says, my kids have begged me to stop even trying. Nightshade Owl says he's there on a work trip in the first place, so it does make sense. I know. Well, and also it's written in a diary format where, like, he, what do you call it? It's written in a diary format where he is very terse, right? So the terse, the work Sona voice works really well with the terseness. It's like, come on, get up, come on, get down with the terseness. Okay, so let's see if we can grab some more chests, though, because I feel like I had some chests. We're going to need chests for all the loot we're getting. Okay. Come on. Do we really not? I feel like I really had a bunch of chests somewhere. Let's swap this into slot 4 here real quick. St. George killed a dragon, and Dracula's name is derived from the word for dragon. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That tracks. Thank you for filling us in there. Okay. Jack Tips 5. Okay, we need to put another block here. Hold on real quick. Jack Tips 5 and says, thank you for deciding to keep streaming. It really cheered up my night to listen to Dracula. I am so glad, Jack. That puts us $3 past our next face camera expansion milestone. So please direct your attention to the screen so I can say, expand. Jost. Do. And we are going to lower the Joe opacity now to 50% for T. Joe Eckhilsberg. There we are. We are now 17 away from the next face camera expansion. Tips are welcome via paypal.me/JoeHills and YouTube Super Chat. Okay. Why not use this slab and hold back the water with a sign on the wall? Because I don't get that good at redstone. JKA. That's beyond my art. That way I don't drown but can easily sweep the knee. I mean, I feel like we got this. This is... The way we're standing now seems pretty optimal. So let me go get that window that I had obscured with the Project Gutenberg text. Okay. Okay, and then we're going to move this over. And... So he has just taken this crucifix from this old Transylvanian woman, and he doesn't know what to do with it because he's an English churchman, and he's trying to be cool about it. Hold on. Getting back into this voice is hard. Like, I can do it contextually, but it's hard to do this voice when I'm streaming. Okay. Let's just empty our inventory first so we can brain free. Okay. She saw, I suppose, the doubt on my face, for she put the rosary around my neck and said, "For your mother's sake," and went out of the room. I am writing up this part of the diary whilst I am waiting for the coach, which is, of course, late, and the crucifix is still around my neck. Whether it is the old lady's fear, or the many ghostly traditions of this place, or the crucifix itself, I do not know. But I am not feeling nearly as easy in my mind as usual. If the book should reach Mina before I do, let it bring my goodbye. Here comes the coach. The 5th of May. The castle. The gray of morning has passed, and the sun is high over the distant horizon, which seems jagged, whether with trees or hills I know not, for it is so far off that big things and little are mixed. I am not sleepy, and, as I am not to be called till I awake, naturally, I write until sleep comes. There are many odd things to put down, and lest who reads them may fancy that I dined too well before I left Bistritz. Let me put down my dinner exactly. I dined on what they call robber steak. Bits of bacon, onion, and beef seasoned with red pepper and strung on sticks and roasted over the fire, in the simple style of London cat's meat. The wine was golden mediash, which produces a queer sting on the tongue, which is, however, not disagreeable. I had only a couple glasses of this, and nothing else. When I got on the coach, the driver had not taken his seat, and I saw him talking with the landlady. They were evidently talking of me, for every now and then they looked at me, and some of the people who were sitting on the bench outside the door, which they call by a name meaning word-bearer, came and listened, and then looked at me, most of them pityingly. I could hear a lot of words, often repeated, queer words, for there were many nationalities in the crowd, so I quietly got my polyglot dictionary from my bag, and I looked them out. I must say, they were not cheering to me, for amongst them were Ordog, Satan, Pokal, Hell, Stragotia, Witch, Vrolok, and Vroslok, both of which mean the same thing, one being the Slovak and the other Serbian for something that is either werewolf or vampire. I must ask the Count about these superstitions. When we started, the crowd round the inn door, which had by this time swelled into a considerable size, all made the sign of the cross and pointed 2 fingers toward me. With some difficulty, I got a fellow passenger to tell me what they meant. He would not answer at first. But on learning that I was English, he explained to me it was a charm and a guard against the evil eye. This was not very pleasant for me, just starting for an unknown place to meet an unknown man, but everyone seemed so kind-hearted and so sorrowful and so sympathetic that I could not but be touched. I shall never forget the last glimpse which I had of the inn yard and its crowd of picturesque figures, all crossing themselves as they stood round the wide archway, with its background of rich foliage of oleander and orange trees and green tubs clustered round the center of the yard. Then our driver, whose wide linen drawers covered the whole front of the box seat, Gotza, they call them, cracked his big whip over his 4 small horses, which ran abreast, and we set off on our journey. I soon lost sight and recollection of the ghostly fears and the beauty of the scene as we drove along, although I had known the language, or rather languages, which my fellow passengers... Okay, we this is not how you do... okay. We might have broken our spawner there. Oh, also, welcome, Raiders. My name is Joe Hills. I'm broadcasting live from Nashville, Tennessee. I was just reading Dracula by Scott Bakula. No, just kidding. It's Bram Stoker. while we wait for these bones to spawn, because we need so many bones for our build. So thank you, Eli Beatmaker, for that. Yeah, don't break your spawner is good advice for everyone, regardless of whether you're a new fan of the show or a raider. Don't break your spawner. Oh boy, that was a little bit terrifying. I was not ready for that. Okay. So, yeah, we're reading Bram Stoker's Dracula tonight. And yeah, Repo the Genetic Opera is a fantastic show. Yeah, so I'm currently reading the Journal of Jonathan Harker, which is chapter 1 of Dracula, the Journal of Jonathan Harker. He is on his way to meet Count Dracula for the first time, and he is traveling initially by train and now by coach, and everyone is super freaked out when they find out where he's going, but nobody will say why. He has been told not to go, or at least to wait until after evil rises on St. George's Eve. But anyway, let's see. Here we go. Before us lay a green sloping land full of forests and woods, with here and there steep hills crowned with clumps of trees or with farmhouses, the blank gable end to the road. There was everywhere a bewildering mass of fruit, blossom, apple, plum, pear, cherry. And as we drove by, I could see the green grass under the trees spangled with the fallen petals. In and out amongst these green hills of what they call here the Mittelland ran the road, losing itself as it swept round the grassy curve or was shut out by the straggling ends of pine woods, which here and there ran down the hillsides like tongues of flame. The road was rugged, but still we seemed to fly over it with a feverish haste. I could not understand then what the haste meant, but the driver was evidently bent on losing no time in reaching Borgo Pround. I was told that this road is in summertime excellent, but that it had not been put in order yet after the winter snows. In this respect it is different from the general run of the roads in the Carpathians, for it is an old tradition that they are not to be kept in too good of an order. Of old the hospodars would not repair them, lest the Turks should think they were preparing to bring in foreign troops, and so hasten the war, which was always ready, at the loading point. Beyond the green swelling hills of the middle land rose mighty slopes of forest up to the lofty steeps of the Carpathians themselves. Right and left of us they towered, with the afternoon sun falling full upon them and bringing out all the glorious colors of the beautiful range, deep blue and purple in the shadows of the peaks, green and brown where grass and rock mingled, and an endless perspective of jagged rock and pointed crags, till these were themselves lost in the distance, where the snowy peaks rose grandly. Here and there seemed mighty rifts in the mountains, through which, as the sun began to sink, we saw now and again the white gleam of falling water. One of my companions touched my arm as we swept round the base of a hill and opened up the lofty snow-covered peak of a mountain, which seemed, as we wound on our serpentine way, to be right before us. "Look! Isten sec! God's seat!" And he crossed himself reverently. As we wound on our endless way, and the sun sank lower and lower behind us, the shadows of the evening began to creep round us. This was emphasized by the fact that the snowy mountaintops still held the sunset and seemed to glow out with a delicate, cool pink. Here and there we passed Czechs and Slovaks, all in picturesque attire, but I noticed that goiter was painfully prevalent. By the roadside were many crosses, and as we swept by, my companions all crossed themselves. Here and there was a peasant man or woman kneeling before a shrine, who did not even turn around as we approached, but seemed in self-surrender of devotion to have neither eyes nor ears for the outer world. There were many things new to me, For instance, hayricks in the trees, and here and there were masses of beautiful weeping birch, their white stems shining like silver through the delicate green of the leaves. Now and again we passed a lighter wagon, the ordinary peasant's cart, with its long, snake-like vertebra, calculated to suit the inequalities of the road. On this were sure to be seated quite a group of homecoming peasants, the Czechs with their whites, and the Slovaks with their colored sheepskins, the latter carrying lance-fashion their long staves with an axe at the end. As the evening fell, it began to get very cold, and the growing twilight seemed to merge into one dark mistiness, the gloom of the trees, oak, beech, and pine, though in the valleys which ran deep between the spurs of the hills, as we ascended through the pass, the dark firs stood out here and there against the background of late-laying snow. Sometimes, as the road was cut through the pine woods that seemed in the darkness to be closing down upon us, great masses of grayness, which here and there bestrewed the trees, produced a peculiarly weird and solemn effect, which carried on the thoughts and grim fancies engendered earlier in the evening, when its failing sunset threw into strange relief the ghost-like clouds which among the Carpathians seemed to wind ceaselessly through the valleys. Sorry, I needed to say hi to Doc. Whew. Wow, this is like, I haven't read Dracula aloud before, and I'm really glad we're doing this. Sorry, I know I'm in the middle of a paragraph, but like Doc showing up kind of broke my reverie for a second. Count Docula. Let's see. Somebody asked, do I get more better cut on PayPal or YouTube? Yeah. PayPal is definitely better. Thank you for asking. Tips are welcome via paypal.me/JoeHills and YouTube Super Chat. We are 17 away from the next Face Gamer expansion. Okay, we've got 3 stacks of this so far. Okay. Boy, let's just take a second to sip my drink, too. This is, like, you know, I've read Dracula before. But it was probably 8 or 9 years ago that I last read it. And so it's really interesting to see which things jump out at me now versus then. Like about the landscapes and stuff, because I've been thinking a lot more about landscapes and buildings in the last few years. Like trying to imagine how to do this, right? If you were going to build it in Minecraft. But, okay. Let me scroll down. I need to scroll down a little bit anyway. Okay. Sometimes, as the road was cut through the pine woods that seemed in darkness to be closing down upon us, great masses of grayness, which here and there bestrewed the trees, produced a peculiarly weird and solemn effect, which carried on the thoughts and grim fancies engendered earlier in the evening, when the falling sunset threw into strange relief the ghost-like clouds, which among the Carpathians seemed to wind ceaselessly through the valleys. Sometimes the hills were so steep that despite our driver's haste, the horses could only go slowly. I wished to get down and walk up them, as we do at home, but the driver would not hear of it. "No, no," he said. "You must not walk here. The dogs are too fierce." And then he added, with what he evidently meant for grim pleasantry, for he looked round to catch the approving smile of the rest, "And you may have enough of such matters before you go to sleep." The only stop he would make was a moment's pause to light his lamps. Whoops. When it grew dark. Well, actually, hold on. Before we start this next paragraph, we just got a tip from Lakshmi13 for 20. Thank you, Lakshmi13. That is gonna get us 3 past our next Face Camera expansion milestone. So here we go. It's time to expand. And we are going to lower the Joe opacity now to 42%. So thank you so much for that. Okay. Yeah, sorry it takes a while for it to show up. But thank you, Lakshmi13, for that. I appreciate it. And if anybody else would like to tip, tips are indeed welcome via paypal.me/JoeHills and YouTube Super Chat. So Roselia Moon, there's not other passengers on the carriage at this point. There were other passengers on the train and on the carriage into the first town, but like I think at this point he's the only one left. Nightshade Owl Live says, as a fan of this book normally, I can assure you it's a fantastic audiobook rendition. Thank you. I'm gonna move my chair a little bit. I don't normally sit here for this long because the stream's going kind of long, but like I'm like, if I gotta sit here and kill skeletons for like another hour or two anyway, might as well read a fun book. Okay, so I think we're good. So, oh, there are other passengers. Yeah. There are other passengers. Sorry. You were right, Roselia. I mean, we're gonna see what happens with the other passengers. I gotta shift my voice. When it grew dark, there seemed to be some excitement among the passengers, and they kept speaking to him, one after the other, as though urging him to further speed. He lashed the horses unmercifully with his long whip, with wild cries of encouragement, urged them on to further exertions. Then, through the darkness, I could see a sort of gray light ahead of us, as though there were a cleft in the hills. The excitement of the passengers grew greater. The crazy coach rocked on its great leather springs and swayed like a boat tossed on a stormy sea. I had to hold on. The road grew more level, and we appeared to fly along. Then the mountains seemed to come nearer to us on each side and frown down upon us, and we were entering the Borgo Pass. One by one, several other passengers offered me gifts, which they pressed upon me with an earnestness which would take no denial. They were certainly of an odd and varied kind, but each was given in simple good faith, and a kindly word, and a blessing, and that strange mixture of fear-meaning movements which I had seen outside the hotel at Bistritz, the sign of the cross and the guard against the evil eye. Then, as we flew along, the driver leaned forward, and on each side, the passengers, craning over the edge of the coach, peered eagerly into the darkness. It was evident that something was either very exciting happening or expected, and though I asked each passenger, no one would give me the slightest explanation. This state of excitement kept on for some little time, and at last we saw before us the pass opening out on the eastern side. There was dark, rolling clouds overhead, and in the air the heavy, oppressive sense of thunder. It seemed as though the mountain range had separated two atmospheres, and that now we had gotten to the thunderous one. I was now myself looking out for the conveyance which was to take me to the Count. Each moment I expected to see the glare of lamps through the blackness, but all was dark. The only light was the flickering ray of our own lamps, in which the steam from our hard-driven horses rose in a white cloud. We could now see the sandy road lying white before us, but there was on it no sign of a vehicle. The passengers drew back with a sigh of gladness, which seemed to mock my own disappointment. I was already thinking what I had best do, when the driver, looking at his watch, said to the others something which I could hardly hear. It was spoken so quietly, and in so little a tone. I thought it was an hour less than the time. Then, turning to me, he said in German worse than my own, "There is no carriage here. The Herr is not expected after all. He should come on now with us to Bukovina and return tomorrow or the next day. Better the next day." Whilst he was speaking, the horses began to neigh and snort and plunge wildly, so that the driver had to hold them up. Then, amongst a chorus of screams from the peasants and a universal crossing of themselves, a caleche with 4 horses drove up behind us, overtook us, and drew up beside the coach. I could see from the flash of our lamps, as the rays fell on them, that the horses were coal-black, splendid animals. They were driven by a tall man with a long brown beard and great black hat, which seemed to hide his face from us. I could see only the gleam of a pair of very bright eyes, which seemed red in the lamplight, and he turned to us. he said to the driver. "You are early tonight, my friend." The man stammered in reply. "The English was in a hurry." To which the stranger replied, "That is why I suppose you wished him to go on to Bukovina. You cannot deceive me, my friend. I know too much, and my horses are swift." As he spoke, he smiled, and the lamplight fell on his hard-looking mouth, with very red lips and sharp-looking teeth, as white as ivory. One of my companions whispered to another a line from Berger's Lenore. "Den de toten reiten schnell." For the dead travel fast. The strange driver evidently heard the words, for he looked up at me with a gleaming smile. The passenger turned his face away, at the same time putting out his 2 fingers and crossing himself. "Give me the Herr's luggage," said the driver, with exceeding alacrity. My bags were handed out and put in the caleche. Then I descended from the side of the coach, as the caleche was close alongside, the driver helping me, with a hand that caught in my arm a grip of steel. His strength must have been prodigious. Without a word, he shook his reins. The horses turned, and we swept into the darkness of the pass. As I looked back, I saw the steam from the horses of the coach by the light of the lamps, and projected against it the figures of my late companions crossing themselves. Then the driver cracked his whip and called to his horses, and off they swept on their way to Bukovina. As they sank into darkness, I felt a strange chill, and a lonely feeling came over me, but a cloak was thrown over my shoulders, and a rug across my knees. The driver said in excellent German, I'm going to take a second and pause here. I don't have a good voice for the driver picked out. I was kind of just doing a deeper version of the working voice, and I'm not sure that that was good. So, it seems like if we're going to go with the Cape Cod accent for Dracula, having a similar but not the same accent for the driver might make sense. Oh wait, but if we're gonna go with the Joe Hill's voice for Dracula, maybe we should have a southern voice for the driver. Let's go ahead and we got to clear out our inventory too. Sorry, it's hard for me to read while I do like the inventory clearing steps. I end up stuttering a lot, and it's just better for me to like I can hit the skeletons with the sword while I'm reading, but like Red Rag says use your doc voice. I don't want to use the German voice for this Slovakian. Like that feels wrong. Okay, let me do a manual refresh just to make sure we haven't missed any tips. We are currently 17 away from the next volcano expansion. Maybe grab a pillow if your seat is becoming uncomfortable. That'll throw off the camera and the microphone height. The reason that I use a folding chair is because it's so unforgiving. It keeps my head the right distance from everything. Hey, Danny W. Yeah, we ended up needing like a bunch of bones, and we already bought out a Suma. So, we are currently reading Dracula while doing this. Okay. So let's try a slower drawl. If we're gonna do the excited Southern voice, or if we're gonna do the YouTube Joe Hill's voice for Dracula, let's do a slower drawl for the coachman, because the coachman might be a thrall who's like hypnotized by Dracula, right? Let's see how that feels. I'm not saying we're gonna commit to it, but let's see how that feels. Because honestly, part of the fun of this for me is us playing with the voices and seeing what works and what doesn't and why. I really enjoy when we do this sort of thing. So, yeah, let's, also, in terms of freeing up the inventory, let's just get a bunch of bones down here so we can see how many we've collected better. Hey, it looks like Scar just placed his first, Scar just started his real base too. Awesome. That's fantastic. Okay. Moss farm might be faster. Wait, can you get... How do you get bones from a moss farm? Is that like a thing where you bone meal the moss somehow? The thing is, a moss farm... I don't know, would the moss farm let me read like I'm doing now? Compost the moss. Oh, interesting. Because you get bone meal from all the drops at a moss farm. Okay. Moss farm is fully AFK. Okay, well the thing is, Isuma has a fully AFK farm. I need a farm where I get to read Dracula while I hang out with you guys. You literally stand there and do nothing. See, that sounds boring. Might also be loud. I mean, I could turn the volume down. But we are 4 hours and 19 minutes into the stream. Okay, wow. I'm just having so much fun. I love... See, like doing this stuff where we're reading stuff and we're doing funny voices and, like, I'm just chilling. This is so relaxing. This is what part of what I love about streaming. Like... Yeah, this is... It's like, it's easy to stream like this, because this is just, like, it's natural. It feels right. You know what I mean? So, okay. Let's try the Southern Slow for the coachman, Dracula's coachman. Okay, how would I do that? On a long summer's eve, on a coach bound for Dracula, I met up with a stranger. Okay, so we're gonna kind of do a Kenny Rogers. Is that Kenny Rogers who did? No, that's Danger Zone. Who did The Gambler? Is that also Kenny Rogers? The night is the night is chill, mine air, and my master the count bade me take all care of you. There's a flask of Slavotsvitz, the plum brandy of our country, underneath the seat, if you should require it. I did not take any, but it was a comfort to know it was there all the same. I felt a little strangely, and not a little frightened. I think had there been any alternative, I should have taken it, instead of prosecuting that unknown night journey. The carriage went at a hard pace, straight along. Then we made a complete turn, and went along another straight road. It seemed to me we were simply going over and over the same round again and again, so I took note of some salient point, and found that this was so. I would have liked to have asked the driver what was meant, but I really feared to do so, for I thought that, placed as I was, any protest would have had no effect, in case there had been an intention to delay. By and by, however, as I was curious to know how much time was passing, I struck a match, and by its flame looked at my watch. It was within a few minutes of midnight. This gave me a sort of shock, for I supposed the general superstition about midnight was increased by my recent my recent experiences. I waited with a sick feeling of suspense. Okay, I am starting to get tired enough that we're not going to be able to do this all night, clearly. I waited with a sick feeling of suspense. Then a dog began to howl somewhere in a farmhouse far down the road. A long, agonized wailing as if from fear. The sound was taken up by another dog, and then another, and another, till, borne on the wind which now sighed softly through the pass, a wild howling began, which seemed to come from all over the country, as far as the imagination could grasp it, through the gloom of the night. At the first howl, the horses began to strain and rear, but the driver spoke to them soothingly, and they quieted down, but shivered and sweated as though after a runaway from a sudden fight. Then, far off in the distance, from the mountains on each side began a louder and sharper howling, that of wolves, which affected both the horses and myself in the same way, for I was minded to jump from the caleche and run, whilst they reared again and plunged madly, so that the driver had to use his great strength to keep them from bolting. In a few minutes, however, my own ears got accustomed to the sound, and the horses so far became quiet that the driver was able to descend and to stand before them. He petted and soothed them, and whispered something in their ears, as I have heard horse tamers doing, and, with extraordinary effort, for under his caresses, they became quite manageable again, though they still trembled. The driver again took his seat, and shaking his reins, started off at a great pace. This time, after going to the far side of the pass, he suddenly turned down a narrow roadway, which ran sharply to the right. Soon we were hemmed in with trees, which in places arched right over the roadway, till we passed as though through a tunnel, and again great frowning rocks guarded us boldly on either side. Though we were in shelter, we could hear the rising wind, for it moaned and whistled through the rocks, and the branches of the trees crashed together as we were swept along. It grew colder and colder still, and the branches of the trees... Wait, no, I've read that, sorry. And fine powdery snow began to fall, so that soon we and all around us were covered with a white blanket. The keen wind still carried the howling of the dogs, though this grew fainter as we went on our way. The baying of the wolves sounded nearer and nearer, as though they were closing round on us from every side. I grew dreadfully afraid, and the horses shared my fear. The driver, however, was not in the least disturbed. He kept turning his head left and right, but I could not see anything through the darkness. We're almost to the end of chapter 1, y'all. I could tell I'm starting to fade, and I was like, oh, maybe I should end it here. But we are like 2 paragraphs. Now, they're long paragraphs. We are like 2 paragraphs away from the end of chapter 1. So let's go ahead and do final call. Last call for tips tonight. Last call for tips. I want to make sure. Sometimes they take a few minutes to process. If you want a tip, paypal.me/JoeHills and YouTube Super Chat. Y'all, this has been so fantastic. I am glad we decided to do this. Killing skeletons and reading Dracula is definitely what I didn't realize I needed tonight. See, this is, like, when I think about, like, how I could get better at streaming, I should plan this stuff. I should say, I'm going to plan to read Dracula on Saturday night, and then get to look forward to it all week. Instead of just being like, I don't know, we're halfway through the Saturday stream. I think we were 2.5 hours into the Saturday stream when I was like, maybe let's read Dracula. Like, we should do this. We should do this on purpose. Let's do this on purpose. Let's come back and do chapter 2 of Dracula next Saturday. How's that sound, y'all? Film says, I would definitely like to hear Joe read more Dracula. A lot of people have already left because they have stuff to do in the morning, and so I think the best thing that we could do is, like, if we know I'm going to do something super grindy on Saturday night, we start reading Dracula right away, right? So then everybody gets to be involved. Right? How do y'all feel about that? It's kind of like the Christmas reading, but with Dracula. Dracula. Second Fifth says, I would love to come back next Saturday for this. Lady Neverborn says, heck to the yes. Spotty Fry says, already can't wait for next Saturday. Lena says, coming out of silence. Yes, please, let's do that. Yeah, so Saturday is usually when I do readings. I just don't normally plan them ahead of time. Mad Hatter says, I've enjoyed this. Well, worst case, you can always get the VOD. Supendo says, me too. Yondi Lion says, sounds awesome. This has been really soothing. Nightshade Owl Live says, yes, please. Queen Dark Lady says, storytime with Joe is great. Gremmerton says, I'm all for it. Centauratron says, I'm loving this. I love longer stories, 1 chapter a week for Saturdays. Sean Cockrell rolls in, putting his money where his mouth is. Tippin' 10 says, more Dracula, please. Well, thank you, Sean Cockrell. That puts us 7 away from the next face camera expansion. We got another tip rolling in. Let's see who that's from. Max says, unironically, I would like to see more. Looking forward to next Saturday. And tips 5. Boom. That's going to put us 2 away from the next face camera expansion. Hunter says, is this just a more indirect Dracula daily? I'm literally just reading actual Dracula. I'm reading actual Dracula. I don't know what you want. Okay. Could I post the link again? Well, technically I said last call for tips, but I'll post the link again just because you asked. Yet is live. Okay. So yeah, it's going to take a few minutes to read the last couple paragraphs last 4 paragraphs. Yeah, so we got 4 paragraphs left in this chapter, and I'm not going to end before we read the chapter. Okay. Suddenly, away on our left, I saw a faint, flickering blue flame. The driver saw it at the same moment. He at once checked the horses, and jumping to the ground, disappeared into the darkness. I did not know what to do, the less as the howling of the wolves grew closer. But while I wondered, the driver suddenly appeared again, and without a word took his seat, and we resumed our journey. I think I must have fallen asleep and kept dreaming of the incident, for it seemed to be repeated endlessly. And now, looking back, it is like a sort of awful nightmare. Once the flame appeared so near the road that even in the darkness around us, I could watch the driver's motions. He went rapidly to where the blue flame arose. It must have been very faint, for it did not seem to illuminate the place around it at all. Gathering a few stones, formed them into some device. Once there appeared a strange optical effect. When he stood between me and the flame, he did not obstruct it, for I could see its ghostly flicker, all the same. This startled me, but as the effect was only momentary, I took it that my eyes deceived me, straining through the darkness. Then, for a while, there were no blue flames, and we sped onwards through the gloom, with the howling of the wolves around us, as though they were following in a moving circle. At last, there came a time when the driver went further afield than he had yet gone, and during his absence the horses began to tremble worse than ever, and to snort and scream with fright. I could not see any cause for it, for the howling of the wolves had ceased altogether. But just then the moon, sailing through the black clouds, appeared behind the jagged crest of a beetling pine-clad rock, and by its light I saw around us a ring of wolves, with white teeth and lolling red tongues, with long, sinewy limbs and shaggy hair. They were 100 times more terrible than the grim silence which held them, than even when they howled. For myself, I felt a sort of paralysis of fear. It is only when a man feels himself face to face with such horrors that he can understand their true import. All at once the wolves began to howl as though the moonlight had some peculiar effect on them. The horses jumped about and reared, and looked helplessly round with eyes that rolled in a way painful to see, but the living ring of terror encompassed them on every side, and they had perforce to remain within it. I called the coachman to come, for it seemed that our only chance was to try to break out through the ring, and to aid his approach. I shouted and beat at the side of the caleche, hoping by the noise to scare the wolves from that side, so as to give him a chance of reaching the trap. How he came there, I know not, but I heard his voice raised in a tone of imperious command, and looking toward the sound, saw him stand in the roadway. As he swept his long arms, as though brushing aside some impalpable obstacle, the wolves fell back and back, further still. Just then, a heavy cloud passed the face of the moon, and we were again in darkness. When I could see again, the driver was climbing into the caleche, and the wolves had disappeared. This was all so strange and uncanny that a dreadful fear came upon me, and I was afraid to speak or move. The time seemed interminable as we swept on our way. Now, in almost complete darkness, for the rolling clouds obscured the moon. We kept ascending, with occasional periods of quick descent, but in the main always ascending. Suddenly I became conscious of the fact that the driver was in the act of pulling the horses in the courtyard of a vast, ruined castle, from whose tall black windows came no ray of light, and whose broken battlements stood a jagged line against the moonlit sky. Whew! And thus concludes Chapter 1 of Dracula by Bram Stoker. You know, I gotta say, folks, I did not remember that bit about the driver abandoning the carriage to go address the blue flames. Like, because I don't think that's in a lot of film interpretations. It's weird, but, like, in a lot of ways, the stuff I find easiest to remember about the books are the scenes that are so memorable that they end up in the movies and the TV show interpretations and the parodies. But then you get something like that. And that thing with the driver and the flames is never in there. In fact, in some of them, I think that the coach doesn't even have a coachman, right? In some of the interpretations of Dracula. And so the coachman going to deal with the blue flames is not something that I had any recollection of. Even though, like I said, I read the book myself a long time ago. But let's go ahead and say thank you. We got a tip rolling in here from Joseph, who tips 20, who says, I'm all about this Joe Hill's audiobook Minecraft Grind series. Well, thank you so much. That's going to get us one full face camera expansion. Here we go. It's time to expand Jost. And we are going to lower the Joe opacity now to 32% per. That's Fahrenheit, not Celsius. Okay. Credit Mike says, that was great, Joe. Thank you. Fake Zircon says, that was delightful. Night Shit Owl Live says, great performance. Thank you. George Harris says, some even use an old car rather than a coach. Interesting. I am genuinely curious. I know from experience that placing these stacks is not going to take very long. So I'm kind of curious how much is left. Night Shade Owl Live says, I've been hesitant to watch the Coppola adaptation, but I might have to check it out for context. That's the one where Keanu Reeves plays Jonathan Harker, and it is weird. I only watched it. I had heard a lot of bad things about it, and I only watched it because that's the one that Bram Stoker's Dracula, the pinball game, is based off of, and the Hot Nudge hosts were constantly talking about it. And I was like, okay, I gotta go see this just so I know what they're on about. But it's actually a really weird Dracula. There are some movies that people don't like because they're too weird, right? And if you're here, you're used to things being pretty weird. So it might be up your alley. It was definitely up mine. I was like, I regret that I hadn't given this a chance already. I'm glad that the host of Hot Nudge really encouraged me to check that out. So, Vinny Vici says, looking less/listening forward to catching the full video later. Came in about an hour or so. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of Dracula reading tonight. More than usual, I would say, since we've never done this before. But this is, here's the thing too, is with the short stories, the pacing is always very aggressive, right? Like when we read Cask of Amontillado, there's just this constantly increasing sense of dread. But like with Dracula, the pace is a lot slower. And so I appreciate that I can kind of have, it's more of a chill read as we go. Right? Like it felt like it was a good... Yeah, we got about 5 stacks of bone blocks from that. Now, which is not enough to finish the project, but is also not a trivial amount of bone blocks either, right? This was about a third done, and now it's about half done. So, or maybe a little over half. I love these bone sounds too. This is just so fun. Okay. Well, I gotta get up in the morning. I got a call with my kid for Father's Day, and I've got some other family plans. Oh, this has been just such a fantastic stream. You know what I should do, though? I should log out next to the skeleton spawner so that, like, when I wake up in the morning and I'm, like, making my coffee and stuff, I can just log in on my laptop and hit the skeletons with a sword. So let's do that. I got a laptop stand that I can put just outside the kitchen, because the kitchen is the size of a small closet, so there's nowhere to put a laptop in the kitchen. But I can put the laptop just outside the kitchen, which is within reach of the kitchen. There's nowhere you could stand in the kitchen and not be able to reach outside the kitchen. Oh boy. And so yeah, I can log out here and then do that in the morning. So let's go ahead and see who we can raid. Normally, I don't even know who's awake this late. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let's check on... Okay, it looks like we're going to go ahead and raid Frisco Pinball. Who, let's see what Frisco Pinball is playing. Oh, I can't quite make out the game. Is that Terminator? Oh no, that might be AC/DC. Wait. No, or Metallica. I think that's Metallica. I think Frisco Pinball is playing Metallica tonight on his VPN. So we're going to go ahead and /raid Frisco Pinball. When you get over there, our raid message is, howdy y'all, Joe Hills raid here. And thank y'all so much for joining me. This was a fantastic evening. I had a lot of fun. Anyway, until next time y'all, this is Joe Hills from Nashville, Tennessee. Keep adventuring. Do 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 do.